So without further ado, let's resume chapter 2. If I recall correctly, we're investigating what's happening with. Let's see the relationship chart. I think it's a good way to recap. So there's Neko, there's the hacker that's helping us. We're lodging her because things don't go well with her guardian. There's Hilda, we interrogated her. Yeah, apparently she misses her son and she works for the water company, and she calls for a phony thing just because she wants to see her son again, but she's in denial because her son's passed away, and the water guy never showed up, and there's something on the rooftop of that apartment. We have no idea what's going on. There's not much I know. It's been day 2, and there's not much that I know about this case, oddly enough. So, yeah, during the investigation, we discovered that there may be dangers other than a few villains in the Canning neighborhood. What could they exactly be? Oh, yeah, so you have to figure out what's going on with that neighborhood. Like, people are unfriendly, strange happenings. After conducting some field work, my absurd suspicions have actually been confirmed. Something strange is going on in the Canning district. How can I find out more? Alright. So, let's end the day. Thursday, October 26th. All that talk yesterday made my mind race and kept me up all night. Ever since the early morning hours, police cars have been driving past on a regular basis. I can't be the only one who has kept awake by their loud sirens. It's very uncommon occurrence around here. Many of the elderly locals who rarely leave their homes even drop by Hermitage to ask me if I have any clue as to what's going on. It all makes me feel a little uneasy. This part of town is usually among the most quiet. Is this for real? Is that the store manager's ringtone? Who could call at this hour in the morning? Oh, text message. Oh, it's Scarlett. Are you looking for trouble? Well, you found it. Did you stay up late again yesterday? No, I got the news from a friend. So, somebody stayed up late for you. Consider this proof that I'm well connected. Anyway, change of topic. Canning isn't your average neighborhood. That district wasn't even supposed to exist in the first place. What do you mean? Originally, it was supposed to be a housing district for employees of the Mato number 11 TV factory. However, less than a year after the first building was finished and paraded around as a propaganda benchmark, all subsequent construction work was brought to a halt. Oh right, that's the building you sent Neko into. Why did they stop the construction? I don't know, that's all I could find in their city record. The rest of the information seems to be classified, so I can't get into it. Is that the reason why there are so many low-rent apartments there? They want to keep some people there at least, otherwise all of it would have been for nothing. Just one giant piece of land, completely empty. The government doesn't really want to get involved for fear of losing face. They're going to have a problem if the whole thing gets out. Interesting. It all makes sense now. The building never did quite fit in with the surroundings. It's going to be demolished and rebuilt eventually. Can you do some research on who lives there? Funny you should ask. Actually, there aren't any registers occupying that building. To be more precise, the building itself, air quote, doesn't exist. That doesn't sound too far-fetched. Guess something like that can happen in a big city. What baffles me is that they still have water and electricity. The people in there seem to be living without a care in the world. You can't just steal water or reroute electricity from somewhere else. Water companies and plumbers are still taking jobs at that place. It's all very strange. Can't say that again. For an abandoned building whose existence isn't even acknowledged, it seems just a tad too well maintained. Long story short, there's something off about that building, and I suggest you keep an eye on it. Ask Neko to help you find the old records for the TV company. We might find something there. Well, question mark. It's okay, I'll handle it. Thank you for going to all this trouble. So that's it, huh? I look up from my phone only to see someone waiting at the counter. Unfortunately, it's not a guest I'm happy to see. It's the deliverer. I can tell you're on edge. Do not be alarmed, for there is no need to worry about this neighborhood. After all, I'm aware of how important this place is to you. How much you cherish the monuments spent here with your friends. In a rare moment of showing actual emotion, he smiles at me, though it looks more like a grimace than a genuine smile. I'm gonna take my vitamins. I forgot to take my vitamins. Sorry about that. Alright, so he's bringing me more books. There's nothing new. Okay, conversation with him. Every single time something's bothering me and giving me a headache, you show up. So tell me, are you somehow linked to that, or is that just my way of sensing that you're around? Stress and its accompanying side effect are most detrimental to one's health. I can recommend an excellent doctor should you need one. What do you want today? I have to say, I'm really not in the mood for one of your visits, so make it quick. Same as always. He turns around to show me the object he's holding. By the way, I finished reading the last batch of books you delivered. It's interesting material, that's for sure, but there's nothing helpful in it. Well then, consider looking at it from the bright side. That just means you'll have slightly fewer headaches to deal with. Well, I'll gladly take any break I can get. I've had more than enough to deal with lately. The store owner starts walking past the shelves, browsing the various collections on display. Things probably don't look all that different than they did when he first put me in charge. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing. By the way, how well do you know the city? I am not really that familiar with all of the districts. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm not a person who enjoys exploring new areas. I quite like staying in my comfort zone. There's something I've been meaning to ask you about. Something that happened almost 20 years ago. That is quite a long time indeed, but feel free to ask away, though you might have to jog my memory a tiny bit. There's an old residential district in the southern part of the city. So I assume your question somehow pertains to that isolated urban area? Seems like there are quite a few stories about that place. The whole area is part of one of the least glamorous chapters of this city's long history. Some of the elderly inhabitants will surely remember it. 2 decades ago, following an unexpected economic boom, everything happened at too rapid a pace. The government's unfaltering enthusiasm for expanding the urban area was overambitious to an unhealthy degree. So there were problems with the expansion and construction? It was a very aggressive process, especially when compared to other projects. Opaque practices and shadowy backdoor deals were the norm, seeing as policies weren't as clear and easy to understand as they are nowadays. Does he know about the thing Scarlet dug up? I decided to test the waters a little. It's a pretty bold endeavor to construct cheap housing units amongst all those skyscrapers in the big city. Rumor has it that they are able to ignore the district building's regulation and avoid scrutiny due to connections to the right people in powerful positions. Entering that part of the city makes you feel like a foreigner, as if they don't want you there. Most of the elder generation does not even speak to the district's name out loud anymore. Such is the extent of its dark and troubled history. So what's the real story behind it? A shockingly vile murder. A local man was found with cuts on both sides of his neck, forcing him to drown in his own blood, like a fish dragged on land. A resident came home earlier than usual, only to stumble upon the landlord in his own blood, devoid of any life. It was at this very moment that he gazed upon a huge shadow, making a horrifying whistling sound. If he hadn't screamed at the top of his lungs before passing out, there could very well have been another victim. It is said that the story was heavily downplayed. Even the newspaper took a step back so as not to spread the word. Obviously, as is always the case, the rumors and murmurs stemming from such activity only further stoked the flames. Sounds like a B-movie. Many theories about the motive for the murder were flying around, as was a list of suspects. However, over time, people quickly forgot about it and lost interest. As the popular topic of discussion changed, only a select few remained curious. Most simply chose to move on and forget. So which side are you on? I can only tell you what I have nothing to do with it. You're making yourself look very suspicious when you say it like that. The legend of the Kongning district in Fort Ward. He stretches his arm out in front of himself as if he had no intention of further dwelling on the subject. I'd wager that the Kongning district holds many secrets that you may find very intriguing. The same kind of intriguing as people who's been gutted like a fish. 20 or so years ago, a group of people ran into something there. ... Some of the elderly tried to settle down in that area several times, yet they never stayed for more than a month. They wanted to go into hiding and live in isolation, which has with as little contact to the outside world as possible. Yet even a group like that did not manage to stay there. That's odd, isn't it? Why couldn't they? From what I gathered, it's the perfect place for that kind of thing. There aren't even any security guards. We thought the same, right up until we laid eyes upon one of their men in hospital, undergoing emergency surgery. It was a harsh way of being confronted with reality. No one was ever quite able to figure out what happened to him, only that stepping inside for even a short time was enough to cause grievous bodily harm. Sounds like a virus that attacks the immune system. An appropriate metaphor, though I am sure if that is actually the case, it is a truly fitting description. So... the body displayed symptoms of rejecting something. That's very interesting. That particular incident marked the end of our endeavor there. Afterwards, the area became a no-go zone for us. Well, already was when I joined them anyway. I've always been intrigued by this, yet every time I make an inquiry, I'm given the cold shoulder. So that threw a wrench into the ongoing construction plans? Well, if you have to figure out the rest of this mystery yourself, I'm afraid I won't be of much help in that regard. Info acquired, dangerous abandoned building. Maybe you could gather some information on it and bring it with you next time. It could prove really useful. Oh shit, that was yeah, the last line was from the store manager. Maybe you could gather some information on it and bring it with you next time. Could be prove useful. Such things are beyond my control, I'm afraid, though I'd wager that it would only confuse us both even further, even if I happen to stumble across such information. I wasn't being completely serious anyway. What you drop off today is going to keep me busy for quite a while. Well, do not let me take up any more of your valuable time then. If there's any pleasant news, please be sure to share it with me. There hasn't been a lot of good news lately, but I'll try my best. It is highly appreciated. Have a nice day. After this unannounced visit, he turns away and leaves just as quickly as he appeared. All he really does is deliver all of these books. And he always carries around that strange briefcase. The books are the least of my concerns right now. I'm more worried about the things he said. The Kangning district sounds like a dangerous breeding ground for trouble. This case appeared to be much more complex and dangerous than I thought. Let's see how today's investigation turns out. Alright, let's check the bookshelves. Oh shit, there is indeed a lot of new books. Yeah, starts here. 42 suggestions for practicing medicine abroad. A rough 32-page booklet. The cover appears to be hand-drawn. Yeah, it's a cartoon of a doctor and a patient at a clinic. It's small and could easily fit into any pocket, indicating that the author intended for it to be read on the go. The old Red Cross logo is printed on the back of the book, but it looks more like a red crescent. Oh, okay. The book describes medical techniques and their practical application in the wild as well as in more populated areas. Humorous illustrations show the different possibilities of failure. In the book, the author mentions several ways of dealing with bizarre wounds. The illustration shows strange wounds that couldn't have been caused by a common knife or firearm. There's a list of various secret herbal remedies for different internal diseases, often used by ancient indigenous cultures around the world, as well as a variety of traditional massage techniques that are, quote, said to be effective. The author warns us not to abandon common sense and rational thinking when it comes to treatment methods, because many things can be explained by blindly putting our faith in science. If your patient shows signs of physical deterioration for no immediately apparent reason, they are likely to be suffering from a grave condition. Please take adequate care of them and stay vigilant. This is a serious matter, and there are ancient historic records that mention people dying from it without anybody having seen it coming. Okay, weird. Self-analysis, self-evaluation, self-cognition. A book with a black cover and bronze lettering. The author is unknown. The brief introduction as well as the full text is written in German, and there is an extensive table of contents with all the different chapters. The book mainly revolves around the theme of the world and the self, and contains opinions on a wide variety of philosophical topics. The author's point of view is extremely idealistic and definitely not shared by the general population. The author believes that our perception of the world is basically shaped and altered by all the other people surrounding us. Thus, after being born, human only has a very short window of time in which they can experience the world in their own unbiased way, unswayed by others. Before others influence us, we have infinite ways of looking at the world around us. Our lower selves, however, cannot fully carry the burden of such limitless imagination, thus creating the world's containment. Try to imagine a world filled with the same endless potential as your pristine, untouched mind. Return to the same state of mind you were in before you let others shape it. That's the way to truly bring about actual change. Yeah, I understand that knowledge and education shapes the mind, and if you want to go back to the possibility, it brings about a generation of conspirationists who wants to believe everything they want to believe, like making their own mind, and sometimes they don't talk, they don't make any sense. but they speak for the sake of limitless potential, infinite mind, you know? It's like, I don't know. Analyzing and dissecting our ego is the only way to true ascension and self-improvement. Becoming aware of our artificial limits and the shackles put on us by never thinking for ourselves allows us to truly embrace who we are and make a change. The book's last page once contained a self-portrait of the other, but it's been scratched out with a knife, leaving it behind only blots of ink. Okay. I don't like the author! Stop. The Seven Seas. There are obvious traces that this book has been read a lot. Yeah, it's like the cover. The book is being held together by a string. The book, to be held together, the book has to be tied up. It looks ancient, even though it isn't an original, but just a transcript of it. The whole text is a vertically arranged ballad using simple Chinese character with a rhythm, beat, and harmonies added to the side. Much of the ballad is about a fantastical being named Great Mother. She blesses the ships that heads out to sea, controls all living things in the ocean, and that disperses storms and other potentially dangerous weather. The description makes her sound quite omnipotent. The ballad has clear instruction on how to ask for a blessing. While asking for whatever it is you want her to help you with, you make a promise to fulfill certain conditions. An example is given. Come to me, Great Mother, return me safely from the sea. I'll gift you tea, I'll bring you meat. Great Mother in the black dress, please come to me. Judging from the numbers, there should be 9 songs. Oddly enough, the book only contains 6. The other 3 are nowhere to be found. It's not like any pages has been removed. Yeah, that's it. So let's finish. Morning. Noon. Neko. Wow, it's so much messier than I thought it would be. The entrance out to the alley is quite narrow, Neko sighs. Justin. Pity we couldn't do via a search engine. Watch your step, who knows what could be littered across the ground here. So dirty, so messy, I want to go back. Are you a 3-year-old? You complain just as much. We already here, so let's just get this over with. Here, these are the things you asked for. Wait, I thought it was basically just a system refresher for the phone. Who do you think I am? Why have so many parts if you're not gonna use them? I didn't expect it to be this small. How long would it work? It'll work until you're bored of it. Do you know how low the energy consumption of a recorder is? The quality of this thing is way worse, so a simple battery would keep it powered for a few days. Just put it wherever you feel you need it, remove the tape on the back and press the switch, and the signal will come back to me. If you're worried about it being tracked, you can throw it away later. Okay. What? No more comments? First thing first, I don't have a warranty to cover this. I only have a limited budget for the part, so I have to make do. Neko, this is the first time you've done something like this, is it? Well, this time there's a budget and I'm, on the store manager side. Come to think of it, it's thanks to these gadgets that I was able to get to know the manager and live the life that I'm living now. No wonder he approached you for help. That's because science and technology has advanced so quickly over the past few years that all people like him can't handle it anymore. In his eyes, I'm probably a sorcerer. I can't imagine that picture somehow. Even though he's cooped up at home, it doesn't mean we have to be. Lighten up a bit, your eyes are glazing over. Did he tell you anything about me? Well, a little. To be honest, there are plenty of things he doesn't have a clue about. Ugh, I can't stand nosy people. So, is there this isn't a problem for you? What do you mean? Well, if you keep investigating, you may find yourself in the same situation as your previous master. After all, the deaths are so similar and they were never properly wrapped up. If you ask me, there's a good chance that there's a connection there. You seem to have done your homework. Just wait until curiosity kills me. My name means cat after all. It doesn't matter. What the old fool did had nothing to do with me. All I know is that no matter what we find out next, I'm going to keep going, unlike him. Pity, such a pain in the... What? Nothing. So, what's next? Let's split up. I'll hide a camera nearby, and you'll take care of the other locations. After that, I'll start questioning nearby residents, and you can wait by the entrance to the community. Wow, sure sounds like I've got a real important role, huh? How am I supposed to act like a regular cop if I'm standing around with you? Wait for me to text me if anything goes wrong. Remember the signals? 2 for all good, 3 for retreat, 1 full call means help. Why can't I just send any number in a pinch? We don't want any hasty mistakes to happen. We have a good cover, but once it's blown for good. We can only play this code once, let's not waste it. If you call me, I'll run first and talk later. Anyway, let's just play our parts. Exuding an aura of beautiful carelessness, Neko slips away into the shadows, appropriately cat-like. Justin takes a satisfied look at the soon-to-be surveillance equipment. Alright, let's get to work. I wonder if those two are okay. The first time I met Neko, she was holding on to her backpack for dear life, even though she was hungry, cold, and alone. A runaway orphan, without nothing but her exceptional knack for technology to her name. Because of her life during those days, she knows every nook and cranny in the city. Justin might know his way around too, but there's a big difference between staying hidden and blending in with the crowd. And that's just considering the normal parts of the city. The deliverer's words still bother me. But as always, there's no use in rushing things. I don't think I have the ability to blend in with the crowd like Nico does. The sun right outside the door is already too dangerous for me. Besides, if I go out... what would happen then? I have this unpleasant feeling in my gut, but I can't quite wrap my head around it. I should forget about it and just wait it out. Rather than getting myself all worked up, prepare myself for what's coming, I rifled through the cluttered paper on the desk and retrieved the photos Justin left. Yeah, that's the entrance of the Kangning district. The house is more recognizable than Neko managed it to be. Whether it's the height of the rather unusual shape of the building, it's very different from the mess all around it. It's as if it's resisting its surroundings rather than having been forgotten. Even the chaos around it hasn't managed to engulf it yet. She wasn't too surprised to learn that there were only 2 elderly people living in the entire building. The strange part would be if there weren't any secret hidden inside. Neko places a camera on the edge of the utility pole right outside the building. The trees on either side of the road offer a lot of spot to hide and observe from. But that won't be enough. Justin may have many creative ideas, but Neko has her own concerns. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. The rust and dust on the windows makes the state of occupancy obvious. As far as Nico can remember, elderly folks are always up early, so the only two occupants of this place are probably are two. Seems like a good start so far, but meeting strangers in this building 2 days in a row might seem a little suspicious. Neko pushes through the half-open door to the building. The humidity in the air makes her frown. Maybe the residents cleaned the corridor, which doesn't seem much out of the ordinary. Alright. Just like Susan said, the water corridor has dark marks on the bottom. The small light bulbs overhead aren't very bright, and even if they were, they wouldn't light up the place entirely. So this is pretty much a blind spot. Alright. Nico puts the matters aside for now and makes her way up the stairs. The doors on either side of the fourth floor are closed, and though it's close to lunchtime, it doesn't smell like cooking. Nico presses her ear against the door to apartment 412, the stale smell of rust mixed with mold filling her nostrils. Although she's so close to the door, she can hear nothing from inside. There is no sound of human activity, so it looks like Justin's worries about getting caught are unfounded, at least for now. The lock isn't very sophisticated, but that's not the goal today. 3 more floors left to check. The door to the rooftop is still locked and the chain in front of it is pretty thick. However, it only has a small number of links, so it seems as if the person who placed it there didn't intend to keep it locked forever. Despite the rusty parts, the keyhole is covered in bright scratches and the hinges seems to be working just fine. That means the door is used regularly. Seems like a few pieces of wire won't do the trick here, but the door is eventually still in working order. Since it cannot be opened, there's one last thing to be checked. Nico grabs her phone, switches to flashlight mode, and points it at the door. She didn't have enough money to buy a purple flashlight, so she has to cover the lens with the piece of tape that she planted with a marker beforehand. Dot dot dot. They aren't very obvious, but there are definitely some brown spots near the door frame. Nico tries to reassure herself that the blood could be from a chicken or duck. Some kind of detergent would probably look the same under the violet light, right? This thought does nothing to ease her trembling hands. With the help of the purple light and a brush, Nico gently swipes up some of the particles. Since Justin is in the loop, it shouldn't be any trouble if it mixed with a little dirt. Whatever it may be, she can't draw any conclusion from it yet. Justin hasn't sent any messages so far, so he's probably still checking it. If he's Sorry. I'm gonna get an energy drink. I'm drowsing off too much. Like I ate a big meal. I ate some pizza, and now it keeps me drowsy, and it's not good. I cannot read. I was hoping to stretch it for later on, but now it's my eyes are closing on their own. I don't know if it's because of the fact that it's raining outside, and when it rains, I'm always in a better mood for sleep. It's like my body knows. We'll see how it goes. If after 2 hours there's no progress, I'm still as tired as ever, I'm gonna cut the stream there. I'm gonna take a nap. Whatever it may be, she can't draw any conclusion from it yet. Justin hasn't sent any messages so far, so he's probably still checking in with the neighbors about the situation. Although the detective told her to wait at the entrance to the community, he obviously underestimated how worked up Neko is about this whole affair. There's still enough time left to try and break open the lock. Neko gets up and observes the keyhole carefully. Huh? What's that sound? What's that sound? Justin outside. The noise makes Justin look up from the conversation. Resident A. Ah, it's probably the garbage truck again. So noisy. Seems like it. This place is such a headache. It has been extraordinarily noisy lately. The man in front of him looks up and heaves a sigh. That man is in his 20s, would choose to stay in such a place and somewhat suspicious, but Justin doesn't have the time to worry about that right now. Some questions have to be asked, and some questions you have to keep to yourself. That's the first rule of successfully playing a part. He didn't identify himself to the tenant, although Neko gave him some information in this regard, but started asking a lot of questions instead, as if he were familiar with the place. In a place like this, there's only a small chance of tenants trying to get to know their landlord, which gave Justin the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the situation. By forging some documents, the detective has turned into a spy. As long as he chooses the right words, the tightrope won't be impossible to walk. The most important thing is to make sure that you know what you're getting yourself into. This place might be cheap, but if you have a shady landlord, someone might come calling someone like me. What? I don't want any trouble. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. No need to apologize. This isn't about you, so don't take it personally. I'd just like to ask you a couple of questions, if I may. Well, I guess it's my duty as a resident to assist you in your investigation. Justin would very much like to know what the resident think the investigation is about. All he did was ask about the condition of the neighborhood in a very direct manner, and the residents immediately changed their attitude as if they knew something. This all seems rather fishy. Did you ever see the landlord entering this building with any strange people? Someone you didn't know? No, he doesn't come here very often. He just yells at me to call someone else to fix my plumbing and electrical problems. So you never got along exceptionally well. Well, it might be too much to ask in a place like this. But I don't mean to complain. By the way, do you know if the access to the roof of this building is blocked? No, really. Did you want to go up there? Never mind. Do you know the buildings nearby? Have you ever heard of anyone who keeps birds, maybe pigeons, on the rooftop? The freight pigeons wouldn't even learn to fly in such a cramped space, but I heard that some homeless people were staying on the roof were kicked out several times. This is the perfect chance to talk about what Justin really wants to know. He rearranged his thoughts, trying to continue the conversation as naturally as possible. Oh, do you mean like that tall building? No, I mean the other one. Hardly anyone lives over there. Since nobody really likes to talk about it, I never go there either. So you've heard rumors. Since you can't see that building's rooftop from over here, I heard that sometimes there are strange noises upstairs. It scares the children around the neighborhood. But sometimes you can hear the sound of a violin too, which sounds even more creepy. A violin? It's nice to know that the residents here are into classical music. Oh, it was just a comparison. I've heard that it sounds completely out of tune, almost like an animal. Apparently it's been happening a lot over the past month. I get a shiver down my spine just thinking about it. The whistling in the night, info acquired. So when it comes down to it, you don't think there's a chance of someone hiding up there, do you? I didn't say that. After all, I don't know what exactly you're looking for. There's probably a lot of empty apartments and spaces around here, so I really couldn't say. To be honest, I have seen some strange faces wandering around here lately. It looked like they were all heading to that side of the building. And you didn't mention this until now? That's because, I don't know. Strangers aren't that unusual around here. After all, a lot of people live in the area and they move in and out frequently. I wouldn't be particularly surprised if a new family suddenly moved and deposit me tomorrow. But the group of people I saw was different. They didn't seem like the kind of people that would be looking for an apartment around here. Oh? Could you be more specific? There are often groups of students or colleagues who rent a place together to cut their expenses, but they're never more than 3 people. The group I saw consisted of about a dozen people, and they all seem to know each other. Maybe some shady company is using this place as a cheap place to rent, who knows? But then they would appear more often, I suppose. I don't really keep track of them, though. Is that why you think they're not like the usual tenants? Well, yes, usually tenants wouldn't be hanging around the trash cans for no reason, would they? They're always hanging around in groups of 5. If they weren't for their neat clothing, they would look like a bunch of garbage collectors. They hang around the trash cans? Do they look through the trash? I don't know. I didn't want them to see me staring, you know? Okay. Do you remember anything else that seems out of the ordinary? They look like average residents, except from the fact that they're always hanging around in groups. Oh, but I did notice that they all carry yellow handkerchief. Yellow handkerchief? They just carry them around in their pockets. There seems to be a lot going on around here, and the trash can seems to be a popular meeting spot. Should I maybe call the police? Those people might be up to no good. Poking the bear only makes things worse, and you don't want any trouble, do you? This has to be handled with one step at a time. I trust that you'll do a good job. And for acquire the whereabouts of suspicious people. But that's all for now. You might not see each other very often, but please keep an eye on in case you notice your landlord acting strangely. Sooner or later, his curiosity will get the better of him. The detective decides to leave it at that and continue his investigation in the other buildings. How will I get in contact with you? I mean, if there's a problem and I'm not supposed to call the police. Don't worry. I'll give you my number. Huh? What? What's wrong? It's nothing. Here, this is it. Justin calmly holds up his phone to show the man his number. For occasions such as these, it's always convenient to have 5 or 6 different phone numbers. Flustered, the man looks at the long list of phone numbers on Justin's phones. Got it? I won't take up any more of your time, then. Take care. The detective takes his phone back, sliding into his pocket as he steps away. No problem, take care. Phew! After taking out his phone again, Detective's hands begin to shake. He Before he left, he sets his phone to ring only in case Neko messaged him. It has remained silent ever since, yet now there are a lot of unread messages on it. 3 alerts, all from the store manager. Of course, he's been at Hermitage when they were preparing the operation, but it never occurred to Justin that he would send any instructions. What? Why is he suddenly asking us to retreat? I hope that both of them return safely. Visitors. He looks quite plain. Like, he looks like a salaryman or some sort of a detective or an FBI agent.
Huh? What's wrong?
It's nothing. I smile and shove my phone back into my pocket. The strange guest seems a little unhappy about this, but he doesn't say anything else. The visitor has an unremarkable face and is wearing everyday clothes. He would disappear in a crowd in a matter of seconds. Yeah. Ever since he entered the shop, this man has been extremely courteous and trying to keep a safe distance from everything around him. But this behavior disappeared the moment he opened his mouth. Unfortunately, nobody takes much notice of our store out here. At least, it hasn't yet taken on the distinct scent from the alleyway outside. You must be wanting something in this store pretty badly to come all the way up here.
We have our channels of information that led us here. The rest is quite simple.
Sure sounds like a convenient method of getting information.
Don't you have quite a powerful contact as well? I would like to have a friend who can get his hand on so many precious books.
We have a business license, you know. Although the place might not be in the best condition, everything you'll find on the shelf is legal.
So a book like the history of cannibalism was are legal too? ...
Luckily I sent a message to the others straight away and told them to retreat. Cold sweat is tingling at the base of my neck. The world is full of coincidences. The stranger pushes the book back onto the shelves, gently readjusting the bookends on either side.
Your boss doesn't seem like a bad guy, so there's no need for you to act all tough. I can't recite every book he bought here, although that doesn't have anything to do with you.
Now I have an examined logo that popped up. I can observe. Let's see, what can I examine his face, examine his body, examine his hand, or examine his clothing. He does have some sort of there's an old piece of paper sticking out of his pocket. I'm gonna save here and see which would be the best. I'm gonna try examine the clothing. I lower my gaze, peering at the visitors as covertly as possible. ... My glaze might have been too obvious because the man throws me a very unpleasant look.
Hey, don't you get the picture by now? Or you're trying to figure something out?
Oh no, how could? This is not what I seem to... Ah, I missed an important opportunity. Oh, okay. So the timing was off, so I'm gonna reload, and I won't do it late. I'll do it later. Okay. I'll get when the timing is right.
But deliberately hiding something from us is a different matter, and to be honest, I wouldn't recommend it.
Nowadays, people will basically believe anything they see on the news or on the internet. But I'm long past that. That was a nice speech on your part, but do you really think I'm so easily intimidated?
Why is all of this even necessary? It's just a book and I don't even need to take it with me, but the knowledge within its pages could be helpful to many people. I don't know what kind of deal you've made with that guy. If it will get you into trouble if I borrow it, Why not let me have a look at it here? I realize that trending you won't do me any good.
Really? Sure seems like that's what you had in mind, considering that thing in your pocket. Dot dot dot. He answers my questions with silence, but his hands doesn't leave his pocket. Yeah, it's too obvious. Alright, let's reload. Okay, let's try one run without me saying anything. See what would be the best window for what. You don't seem like a particularly honest person, but that's not really my concern. You see, some knowledge is inherently dangerous, and the people who desire this knowledge never have the best intentions. I don't think that whatever you're holding in your right hand could be worse than your grim visage. That's what I'm really concerned about. While I'm saying that, I could look at his face. No. Let me try something. No, not this. No. There's a lot of moments, but
How dare you say that to someone's face? It would be in poor taste to outnumber you, and I'd rather not make a scene if I can help it. However, if you keep resisting a cooperation, then this won't end well for your companions running around out there. Security isn't good in that area, so no one will notice if they just disappear.
That ominous statement gives me instant goosebumps. That way he said out there sounded like he only had rudimentary information. Besides, if they already caught Neko and Justin, there would be no need to be so polite to me now. I clench my fist and it takes everything I have not to act on impulse. I've been wondering whether you might have made a mistake from the very beginning. Companions? I'm just a caretaker entrusted with keeping this place in order. And the stuff you see around here is really all I'm involved in.
Oh, is that so?
There's nothing else for it. I put a nonchalant face and shrugged dismissively. The visitors furrow his brows as he pulled out his phone and head for the door as if waiting to confirm something with someone. This isn't... If this is not a moment to examine, since he's not looking at me, he's looking for his phone. No? Okay. This is odd. Naturally, isn't the only one who wants to check out the situation, but neither Neko nor Justin are replying to my messages. With an ominous feeling in the pit of my stomach, I put away my phone and tried to regain my composure by taking several deep breaths. It isn't long before the unexpected visitor returns, still sporting a poker face, not unlike the ones who the book deliverer usually wears.
Alright? I don't want to keep repeating myself.
He sounds as if he's making an extremely reluctant compromise. I guess it hasn't come to the worst yet. Then, maybe we're both taking things a little too seriously. I don't want to repeat myself either. I only care about the books that are kept here, and I understand the weight of the knowledge they bring with them. So if this is truly important to you, prove it to me.
Sticking to your principles so narrow-mindedly will cause you dearly sooner or later.
As long as I remain the only person who knows on which shelf each book can be found at Hermitage, fate will allow me to be a little stubborn.
And we visionaries have to pick up the pieces.
Oh?
You're no layman. You know the kind of things we've done.
Troublemakers attract each other. Now I finally understand what that means.
You know what happens if people like us screw things up, don't you?
Rags and dustpans won't be enough to clean up the mess.
This isn't something that can be solved by brute force. Believe me, we tried.
So you're looking to gain more knowledge?
We thought that was the one thing we had enough of. I don't know how well you know that friend of yours, but he's definitely not as respectable as he looks. In any case, you're right. We need...
Oh, it's an order member! It's no longer a visitor, his name is order member now.
We need more professional knowledge. We may have relied on our elders in the past, but nowadays we have to rely on books. After more than 20 years, time is running out. The police are smart, but if they don't get it right, we won't be the only ones who suffer.
You're not going to try to convince me with something like people's lives are at stake, are you?
Every time I listen to you, I ask myself, how did someone like you end up in a place like this, actually taking care of things?
Haha, what a statement. But yeah, I can understand your sense of urgency now. The man shrugs and smiles maliciously. Which books are you looking for anyway? That guy brings an entire library with him every time he visits, and I can't promise that the book... I cannot promise that he labels the book correctly every time. I pulled a volume called Ancient Prescriptions for the bookshelf to prove my point.
What a mess! We're looking for a Chinese book related to stargazing, which describes how to observe a certain area of the sky with traditional techniques to analyze time. It's written with a special complexity, so it's rather difficult to understand without any additional study.
Do you know approximately when it was published or which language it's written in? And are there specific writing elements, such as poetic or autobiographical paragraphs in it?
Those are a lot of questions just to find a book.
If you just want an ordinary book on stargazing, I have a shelf of them over here.
The book describes a ritual that, if executed successfully, may achieve remarkable things. I remember that it has some illustrations, but they weren't very well drawn.
And by remarkable you mean?
Leaving this world, the one thing we've failed to achieve. ... Once the ceremony has been completed, you are taken to a whole new realm. Believe it or not, there is a place that's truly free of pain and sorrow.
Spiritual transcendence?
No, it's a purer kind of detachment. Staying in this world has no spiritual or physical value at all.
Sounds like running away.
Of course, you wouldn't understand. Just help us and no one will get hurt, okay?
We need to get out of here before acquired. Well, I think I know which books you're talking about. I'll go find it for you. Oh, did I lose my window? When did I lose my window? Ah, after he starts to shrug and smile. Which book are you looking for? So as soon as we start talking about the book, I lost the opportunity to examine the guy. But I'm gonna try everything to see what could work. Cause I have a guy with me and it doesn't say anything. Like it's a not important detail, but I don't think it's true. If if it's out there, look at his face. Look at his body. Okay. They're talking about rushing things. But let's see if I go at the very last frame. So yeah, he becomes order member as soon as he says, "You know, layman, you know the things we've done." Okay, I'm gonna try here. Oh, now that he has made his pitch, this might be a good time to look for clues. Oh, okay, okay. As soon as you figure out he's an order member and not a visitor, it's in the right window of opportunity. Okay. I lower my gaze, peering at the visitors as covertly as possible. The man's formal wear isn't exactly perfect, and he smells a little strange. His lined shirt is slightly rumpled, perhaps because it is rarely ironed and unceremoniously stuffed into a suitcase when he travels. Apart from that, something peeks out of his jacket pocket every time he tucks his hand inside of it. Looks like a yellow piece of cloth. Ah! Okay, okay. So that's what he meant. This is a yellow handkerchief guy. Slightly textured, but clearly not part of the lining of the jacket. Its color seems a little too bright to be a handkerchief. It's not a handkerchief, but what could it be? This reminds me of Justin and Neko's recent discoveries. In any case, okay. So this is good. I'm gonna stick with that. Like, the hand will be the same thing. Like, he tried to hide the handkerchief with his hand. But his face... Does he have anything on his face? Let me save, just to be sure. I'm gonna save here. And then reload the thing. But I'm gonna save right after the correct line. Okay, so I'm gonna save here. Let's go for his face. The poker face is his shield, but I still seem to have some success in that regard. He's clearly talking to me in a rather serious manner right now. Since it isn't an easy topic, his brow is as solid as a rock and he presses his lips tightly together from time to time. The hint of anger is obvious behind his eyes. Discussing this anymore with him will only cause me more trouble. Whether or not I see through him, I'm not going to be able to get rid of this problem right now. I guess I'll just wait until I need to actually worry about it. I only know one thing, he's not lying to me right now. Oh, that sucked. That was poor. Okay, examine his body. A strange feeling rises from the bottom of my heart. Somehow I suddenly feel as if I might be able to see through the body of the person standing in front of me and get some more information from it. Although the man is struggling to maintain his authority, walks and various small gestures betray him. Those are tiny habits that only people who have been in prison for a long time have. Other enclosed space could have the same effect, but the former is the most realistic assumption, although it wouldn't be advisable to discuss anything realistic with this kind of crowd. Strange. Things are going a little too smoothly. I shouldn't be that surprised, but usually... I shake my head vigorously, trying to regain my focus. What happened? Okay. One last thing is Anne. He appears anxious as he pulls his hands from his pocket and crosses his arm in front of his chest. Then he stuffs his hands back into his pockets again. Even as I stare hard at one of his sleeves, he doesn't say anything. Unfortunately, however, such convenience doesn't necessarily mean that I will get any answer from this. The palms of his hands aren't anything unusual. The skin is slightly chipped, and the nails are intact, albeit a little too long, maybe due to a lack of light in his room. I can't see any discoloration on them, and given his group's background, he probably isn't the kind of person to do a lot of hands-on work. Other than that, his hands don't tell much of a story. Okay, so... I had a good feeling when I do some examination. My first guess is always the best one, for some reason. I don't know if I have a knack for these kind of stuff. Okay, so let's load our previous save.
After more than 20 years, time is running out. The police are smart, but if they don't get it right, we won't be the only ones who suffer.
Oh! The man shrugs and smiles maliciously. It seems we finally reach a point at which we can cut to the chase. In that case, I should use the details of what I've just observed to get more information. I don't have a valid reason not to trust you, but after spotting that item hidden in your pocket, I'm having a hard time considering the possibility of working with you. ... The Kongning district is indeed in danger. That's why we've made moves to investigate it. Unfortunately, that danger seems to have presented itself to you too, somehow. When a dangerous group which may be connected to several murders sends a representative to confront me in person, what reason do I have to believe that you will leave peacefully instead of silencing me instead? The man's eyes darken again.
We are men of principle. Your life is of no importance to us, provided that you're no longer hiding that book. So, let's make it simple. You give me the book, I walk away, and that's that.
Handing over something that I was entrusted to keep safe, that isn't a simple matter at all. I might not know much about my friend, but I'm not stupid.
Don't worry, that guy won't be coming after you anymore.
Did you just admit to having committed a crime?
That's open to your interpretation, but he certainly won't be able to live a peaceful life after having done shady business with a bunch of monsters in the city. Whether it is that stupid prophecy or those ridiculous collaboration, it's not going to end well. We have manipulated enough people ourselves to know how it goes. There must be a reason for such brutal practices, but we don't concern ourselves with that. Whatever the reason for this foolishness, we can't let him continue to stir up trouble in Mato.
Sounds almost like a threat.
It does.
Okay, I get it. Which book are you looking for anyway? The guy brings an entire library with him anytime he visits. Oh, okay. So now we're back. So just because we made that little observation, we have some more dialogue. But we have a better grasp of what's going on. But that doesn't give you any clue that will help us in our case. So that's why the walkthrough didn't mention it. Because it doesn't matter. It's sad. There's not much interactivity in this game, but when there is, it's not even necessary. It's like, what gives? I'm disappointed. The game could have been better. And this is why nobody heard a lot about this game, is because it's mid. I hate to use the word, but it is. We need to get out of here. I think I know which book you're talking about. I'll go find it for you. I tried to act as if suddenly dawned onto me and gently push a strange guest away from the bookshelf where he's standing. Looking very sure of himself, his eyes wander across the room. I used the opportunity to take the copy of the Albert and hide it on the top shelf. I have to eliminate any chance of it finding what he's looking for. I picked some plausible alternative from the shelves and placed them on the desk. Chinese, non-classical, article, it's all there. So the guy was looking for the Albert. Let's see. It's part of my clue. So, ancient general conquered the surrounding countries. After every victory would lead his entire army to hold a grand sacrifice, holding up a seal towards the sky. Shall forever stand like rocks and be remembered. They will chant our names in glorious songs, celebrate a joyous dance. The beast will be forever on our side. Follow the ceremonial rite and chant along with your voice twice as loud and your harvest twice as fruitful. Let us bask in happiness. Okay, so basically it's about it's like the harvest. I think they sacrifice human life for a good harvest, something like that. The strange guest tries to remain calm, but I can see the muscle in his jaw twitching. He takes the stack of books and lays them out on the desk one by one, bending over to examine them as if he were looking for hidden treasure. It isn't long before his poker face crumbles. He looks displeased. ... Is something wrong?
You sure these are all the books you have?
They're all the books that fit your description. If you don't mind reading foreign languages, then I do have some good ones like 100 Milliarden Sonnen as well.
What would I want with rubbish like that?
His voice is low and threatening. I stand my ground and put on an innocent face. You shouldn't call somebody's honest efforts rubbish. However, I do apologize for not having everything here.
Look again!
If this man had a twitch, it would be switched to angry right now. Actually, it might be broken altogether. Just as expected, the next step is to wear him down. I put on a helpless smile and make room for him next to the shelf. Alright, let's take a look together. Back to Neko. Don't come back here? Ah, that guy really gets on my nerves sometimes. First telling us to come back, then saying to stay away. What is it that he actually wants? Neko shoves the phone back into her pocket, kicking around some pebbles at her feet. The loud noise downstairs was nothing of importance. After carefully checking that the air was clear, Neko tiptoed down the stairs only to find that a sanitation worker was emptying the garbage cans outside. Oh, okay. Perhaps Justin and the store manager are rubbing off on her and she's becoming more nervous herself. This could have gone really wrong. The narrow corridor isn't broad enough for more than one person, so if one of the residents has come home at that very moment, Neko would have been trapped. Rushing down the stairs in a panic like that was a bad idea. The corridor is dark and the sanitation worker outside seems not to notice Neko. He rummages through the trash can, then closes the lid again and leaves. Neko ... Oddly enough, he didn't take a single bag with him. Neko covers her nose and lifts up the lid of the trash can. The smell isn't as bad as expected. The large plastic container is almost empty. That doesn't make sense. Even if there are only 2 people living in the building, they still produce waste, so the trash cans should be fuller. The rim of the trash cans are stained, and it does look as if they've been used a lot, but apparently this place isn't refined enough to use plastic bags. She closed the lids again and clapped her hands together vigorously, trying to get the dirt out of them. The sanitation worker also took a look, indicating that there should have been litter here. Did someone take it away before the garbage disposal arrived? Empty garbage cans. An intriguing thought. Neko crushes down and scans the ground around the trash for further clues. Huh? Something seems to be lying between the uncut grass and damp leaves. This is the picture that we found at Lorraine. It's mixed with some pieces of plastic packages that clearly stayed off course as they were being thrown away, further proof of Neko's suspicions. Neko steps over a branch and begins to pick through the plastic on the ground. The wet grass has made even more of a mess of everything. Even so, she quickly picks up the thing that caught her eye. This can only mean trouble. Ignoring the smell, she hastily wipes the object off with a paper towel and stuffs it into her pocket. Since the store manager gave instructions, it would probably be best to meet up with Justin at the entrance to the community. Marks on the family portrait. ... I wonder what he'll have to say about this. Meanwhile, the kids on the street are growing more and more apprehensive. Afternoon! Oh, straight to evening. Justin is back. Having to wait around outside for hours on end? You know, you really could be a little clear about what's going on next time. Next time? Good God, I hope there won't be a next time. Ugh, I'm starving. Believe me, I don't feel good about having you stand there for such a long time, but that was our only option. I didn't even realize that it was that long. After a roller coaster ride of a day, the 3 of us have reunited at Hermitage again at last. The unwanted guest searched the bookstore all afternoon. I kept a close eyes on him until he lost his motivation and finally decided to give up. He looked frustrated and annoyed when he left, but most importantly, he didn't find the halberd. Having to play dumb while he was asking questions throughout his whole visit was taking a hefty mental toll on me. It sounded serious, so speak up, what's going on? You're still breathing, no broken bones, everything seems okay, at least for now, right? For the time being, yeah, but I'm still glad I sent you a message in advance. I noticed a bunch of people outside when I came back. Does that have anything to do with what you were saying? Hold on a minute, what? Justin glares at Neko, a bad idea as it turns out, as Neko quickly grabs him by the collar and raises her voice. Did you think I was dragging you along to buy ice cream or something? You idiot! Do you think I can't control my appetite? No, but how could anyone be thinking about ice cream in this weather? ... Alright, you two, calm down. Everyone's in one piece. That's what counts. Anyway, back to those peoples. Neko talked about. I actually think there could be a connection. You're not stirring up trouble with the locals, are you? Provoking them? People like that don't necessarily abide by any laws. This is a series of murder cases. Danger comes with the territory. You have to admit that it reaches a new level when the danger is at your doorstep. The guy might not be the actual culprit, but there's still a connection somehow. That became apparent when he explicitly mentioned the Kangning district. If he hadn't, I would have thought he was just another slightly weird and unsavory customer. I'm used to those after all. It sounds like he knew who we are and what we're up to. He must have been trying to intimidate us, right? It was hard to tell how many details he actually knew and how much of it was just a bluff. Threatening us and looking for the book already proved that he's involved. He's up to something. Yeah, him looking for it is all the information we need. The more you know, the more you're in danger. Raised out. The purpose of the the Visionary Society. Let me check. The purpose of the Visionary Society. The unannounced visitor at the bookstore proves that somebody organized these recent murders, and why would they do that? Okay. We gathered a lot of evidence, and we haven't been asked to solve one of these questions left. There's like 3 of them right now. So I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have to solve something soon, because it's already been Thursday and we haven't did any analysis of the evidence yet. I don't know how much I can help. My knowledge on the topic is limited, to say the least. We can't draw any conclusions yet, but him showing up here was all I needed to be convinced that we're on the right track. You're still speaking about it in such an analytical, even though we've kicked the hornet's nest for real now. Don't worry, I'm well aware that I was lucky and things probably won't end this peacefully if they come calling again. So what's our next move? We need to compile the information we have to finally make a sense of everything. Okay, so we're doing this. Compile the information. I place my hands on their shoulders. Let's hear it. What have you two found out? The residents have noticed an increasing amount of suspicious characters hanging around the neighborhood. They're patrolling the area, at least that's what the residents are saying, but they don't carry around anything suspicious. So, no bags or anything. Carrying around dead bodies makes more than just a bunch of shopping bags, wouldn't you say? Constantly wandering around that area already casts more than enough suspicion on them. I don't have the surveillance footage, so I can't say anything for certain yet. That's something I can't figure out just by questioning the residents. I wouldn't say that. Oh, did you find anything? Didn't you mention that they were wearing strange clothes? But not really, apart from the yellow handkerchiefs in their pockets. I see. What about you? After I placed the camera, I went to the empty building and stared there for a while. Though I couldn't confirm what I had originally set out to, I noticed something else, something unexpected. Nico takes a picture out of her pocket and places it on the table. What? Isn't this a family photo? Oh, you recognize it? I saw this photo at a woman's apartment yesterday. It's her, her husband, and their son, David, in the middle. Their neighbor next door said that they both died a long time ago. Is that so? I was careful with it. It looks old and time has taken its toll on it. A family of 3, dressed in simple clothes. They don't look very happy. At least the child's eyes are still full of life. What is this? There are some strange reflective marks on the heads of the 2 adults. After a closer look, it becomes apparent they are the results of tiny scratches. Someone seems to have written something on it with a pen and they wiped the ink off, only leaving the scratch marks on the pen behind. I tear a page out of my notebook and meticulously redraw the marks. Unsurprisingly, they form a subtle pattern. I feel as if I've seen the same pattern in the book before. It might be a good idea to check again. Where did you find it? By a trash can in the area. The trash seems to get picked up awfully digitally here. Why is that? The neighborhoods committee is still working hard in regards to hygiene. But that's unlikely. Without sanitation workers, there's no one to pick up the trash, right? Do you think someone's going through the trash? That's the reason why it's disappeared so quickly? And there are traces of blood on the rooftop. You know people can analyze that and run tests, right? If all our assumptions are correct, the building is the ideal place for someone to carry out their dirty work in secret. Yet the nearby resident never noticed anyone suspicious. Come on, Justin, use your brain just this once, or do you need me to spoon-feed you the truth bit by bit? You seem to have tunnel vision. Think outside the constraints of your work as a private investigator, otherwise it might cause you trouble in the future. I wish I could read the other books. Okay, so let's read the other... A dangerous abandoned building. The Kangning community originally had a carefully thought out construction plan, but shortly after the first building was constructed, it had to terminate all subsequent construction work for some reason. The Deliverer's Companion also seemed to have had an interest in the place, but they failed to settle there and hastily retreated after an odd accident. Drag marks in the hallway. Clearly, only few people live in this residential building, but the hallways are covered in fresh drag marks. They continue all the way along the hallway, and judging by their size, the object that caused them must have been rather large. Marks on the family portrait. Justin found a family portrait in Hilda's home, which shows Hilda and her family from when she was young. Neko revisited the residential building the day after the detective visited Hilda's home and found the portrait in the trash can downstairs. Both the parents' face in the photo has strange scratches on them. Then we have the whistling in the night. A neighbor who lives near Hilda's residence mentioned that from time to time a strange whistling sound can be heard in the area in the middle of the night. The creepy sound is somewhere between a horse neighing and a strange instrument playing. Like the violin. The legend of Conning District. Poor people who were killed suffered traumas with similar characteristics. Their limbs were bent and mangled and they lost a great amount of blood. Forensic otologists stated that these victims were losing blood at an abnormal rate before they die. However, this is not the first time something like this has happened in the Kangning district. More than a decade ago, there were cases in which residents were brutally murdered and their blood was drained. Witness reportedly saw a giant shadow in the sky making a strange whirring sound. Whereabouts of suspicious people? Suspicious people seems to have been roaming around the Kangning district lately. They seem to gather around trash cans as if to check something. Witness said the group was plainly dressed, but each of them was carrying a yellow piece of cloth. We need to get out of here. An organization called the Visionary Society unexpected to visit Hermitage to find some lost books. They want to use the information in these books to go to a place where there is no pain. Empty garbage bag cans. The residents of Hilda's neighborly says the garbage are being emptied very diligently these days. Neko observed the trash cans under Hilda's apartment were completely empty. So I guess they dumped the body, the corpse in the garbage, and they picked it up before the sanitation worker and found the body. I want to go check the library because they want us to get the book, but I cannot read the book in the case files. Huh? Why are you guys totally ganging up on me? I don't have the nerve to explain everything. Could you do the honors? Doesn't seem like I have any other choice. The man who came to Hermitage today seems to have a lot of connection to the Kangning district. He seems ready to do whatever it takes to reach his goal. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna save here. So it feels like this is where we're gonna do the reasoning. So I'm gonna save here. I wouldn't push. No. I wouldn't put such heinous crimes past those people, but even if they actually had the motive for those murders, how did they carry the bodies out of the building to where they were discovered? To establish a direct connection between the bodies and the building and the murders, there would have to be a way to carry bodies out there without anyone noticing. What exactly is going on in that neighborhood? Alright, so I have the feeling that it has to do with the empty garbage cans. The whereabouts of suspicious people, and where would they dump it? Maybe it's the drag marks in the hallway. Let's try those. Oh! All three! Okay, I'm approve. Okay, so I was correct. Mass murder. Information required. We have a few solid facts to build on. Suspicious drag marks were found in the stairway. The way to the roof is locked up awfully securely, and the person who got involved with the building has been murdered. We have to put all of that together to confirm our suspicions. If we assume the actual murder happened on the site, then the homeless man who died must have been transported away from there somehow. It's impossible to pull something like that off in a regular residential building that's swarming with people, so other buildings are out of the question. Why? If you're a stranger, wouldn't people pay less attention to you? The reports mentioned the victim's excessive blood loss, right? And if they went through the sewers, they would stink up the place. It's too noticeable. That building seems out of place and very desolate, even by the low standards in that district. You came to the conclusion that nobody had been carrying anything suspicious, which seems to conflict with our earlier assumption, but Nico's answer provides a way for both theories to make sense. Which is to say, everything makes sense if we assume that the person carrying the body didn't arouse suspicion. Like a garbage collector! A car wouldn't fit through any of the narrow streets there, but one of those cleaning tricycles used for garbage collection could be used to transport something without anyone looking twice. That would be a good explanation as to why people are skeptical of the garbage collectors and why things aren't working according to schedule. The situation there gives a whole new meaning to taking out the trash. It's easy to get your hands on something that looks like a garbage truck, or garbage rickshaw in this case, and people would never notice if there was one or more than usual driving around. They don't care where it comes from as long as it gets rid of their trash. So those people have disguised as accomplices, helping them get rid of their evidence? If that's really their disguise, it's a good one, I'll give it that. Move the body out of the area via garbage collection and dump them somewhere else. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? The murdered plumber was found at a garbage dump. Apart from that, this disguise allows easy access to a lot of other areas too. You think the same thing that happened to Mrs. Yang? You're right. If they used garbage transport, nobody would have paid any attention to it. I should find a way to get a second look at the security footage of the area from that time. There's an awful lot of rickshaws around. It would take ages for you to spot the right one. It's a shame there's no surveillance in the district. If only Neko could have pulled it off. But you're glad that I got it here, ain't ya? I'm glad as long as you're not hurt. It's that simple. I just don't want to have to be in a situation like that again. Let's get back on topic, shall we? Now, as for those two elderly women, when you checked out the building, was there anything that would indicate that someone is staying in the room on the other floors? The dust is so thick you can't barely move through it, and even if you could, the spider webs would stop you. So in short, no. The roof, on the other hand, is very suspicious. That's right, but those ladies are old but not deaf. They must have heard something. Something is wrong up there, I'm telling you. I don't trust it one bit. So what is your guess? One of them has to be on it, disposing of the body from the roof, concealing it as garbage, and dumping it nearby. I'm sure they want their spot to remain hidden. That's why someone close by needs to carry out the bodies, hidden among the trash, before the real garbage disposal workers arrive. That would attract attention if there were too many people living there, using the stairs and hallways. But you know what it looks like there. There's nobody around. Justin ... I can't really find any arguments. If you need time to digest that and maybe calm down a little, I'll be over there sipping tea, ready when you are. No, I'm calm. It makes sense. As much as it pains me to admit it, if anything, that should only motivate us to get to the bottom of it even faster. That sounds way too stoic for you. Have you been watching motivational videos or something? I'm just a small-time detective. I know where my limits are. I can't just ask for help from the police and immobilize them without solid evidence. You're thinking about involving the police now? Of course. No matter how you look at it, those two women are involved with a group of murderers. Whether they're accomplices or not isn't important. Them living there already puts them in danger. If we're discovered now, things could turn bad very, very quickly. Wait a minute. If we get the police involved now, we'll have even more to deal with. I'm sure they could help. They have the means. But we don't know everything yet. And is it really worth risking their lives by sending them into a situation we ourselves are still uncertain about? The clock is ticking. And I don't think it's up to us to keep them safe. I don't think we could even if we knew more. This is a big case with many lives already lost and many more at stakes. If someone else gets hurt, how do you expect me to live with myself? Aren't you being too reckless about this? I'm done hesitating. If they don't feel comfortable with it, I'll go talk to them alone. What? Wait. Aren't you being too reckless about this? I'm done hesitating. If you don't feel comfortable with it, I'll go talk to them alone. What's gotten into you? How can you send them into a situation where you're not even sure about? There's no turning back if you do that. At least it could save more lives, couldn't it? I know how hard it is to establish a pattern and catch a murderer. Even my master worked endlessly on cases like that back in the day. So why do you expect our case to be any different? Getting to the truth in such a short time is wishful thinking, nothing more. We've reached a point where we're almost certain what they're going to do next. If we hesitate now, we're cowards, just like my masters. Is that who you are? Do you want to turn your back on people who you know are in danger? Neko ... Are you done? It's really frustrating that you never understand what's going on. Huh? What do you mean? I hate having to spell it out for you. Remember the man who came by the store today? ... Knowledge is the most dangerous thing in the world, and as it happens, it is the only thing I possess. So what could he have wanted from someone in my position? Your knowledge, of course. What's wrong with the book they're looking for? tell you the truth, I haven't looked into it all that much yet. It's a bunch of gibberish that really is a bit too much to handle. Sorry. But if they can't proceed without it, something important has to be in there. Exactly, so we're in a position of power. If they are connected to the murders, they can't proceed as planned right now. And if they aren't, you don't have to worry about the elderly women's safety. I have a hard time putting all of my trust in a weird book. That just goes against common sense. A lot of things around here can't be explained by common sense, but I agree with you. I'm still in possession of the book, and the equipment Neko and you set up should help provide evidence for our theories. If we act without thinking now, we could lose our advantage. I really need to find someone to help me decipher the meaning of that book. Want me to give Scout a call? I don't know. I mean, she won't be angry at you if you call. If I do it, she'll lash out at me. I already demanded way too much of her. Then buy me dinner! Make do with the instant noodles we got. Neko snorts dismissively and kicks the floor. But why did they want to pick up the garbage today? Are you for real? Do you have a goldfish memory? The memory of a goldfish is just a myth. I mean, if they use garbage to hide the bodies they're transporting, why would they head out today? The 3 bodies were basically intact, so what are they picking up? What were they picking up today? When I visited the building, Hilda didn't really stop me and I didn't find anything in her house. But her neighbor was the complete opposite. When you put it that way, I have a feeling that there's a 4th body and that's why they have to pick it up. And it's already been, This is weird. Okay. The ringtone again, is that Scarlet? Just as I'm giving it further thought, Justin's phone rings at the worst possible time. Wait, this is Justin? Justin's expression is as subtle as mine. He signals Neko to be quiet and walks out of the store with a stern expression on his face. What's wrong? All I can do is shake my head. Justin's worry can only be explained one way. After a short while, he ends the call and returns to the store. His expression is gloomy, foreshadowing bad news. Of course! Okay, so there it is. The police found another victim. Damaged limbs, massive blood loss, wounds almost identical to the others. Where? At the bottom of a bridge crossing a river outside of the district. All the victims have been a little way away from the district. Yeah, but that's not the point. Oh, what is it then? The police have conducted a preliminary investigation. They have taken a look at the body and gathered the most basic information. The deceased is a tall, thin, elderly woman. Oh, okay. Okay, now I can access the book. Which was the one that I needed to... Symbol and obscure imagery. This is probably the book that I need to decipher the scribbles that were on the picture of the family portrait. Three symbols: identity, physical object, behavior, and purpose. Symbol does not appear in just category. The other assign a meaning to each symbol. Importance: make use of odd logic categorization. After taking a careful look at the book, you can see a certain symbolic pattern that shows a great similarity to a famous family photo. Marks on the family portrait info acquired. The author classifies this pattern as parent, altar, guide, and open the way. and he speculated that it may have been used to mark the role of the parents as sacrifices in the ritual. Unfortunately, the author doesn't know much about the specific cultural group is associated with it, and isn't aware of the exact process and purpose of that ceremony. Okay, so we found something new. Here. Justin found the book Mysterious Symbols made me realize that these marks represent the parents' identities as well as standing for sacrifice and passage. Okay, so this is new info. Next stage, I think we're done here. So next stage is gonna be evening. Yeah, nighttime. Yeah, nighttime. So back in the house. This whole thing is just a mess from top to bottom. What have we gotten ourselves into this time? What does stand like rocks even mean? Frustrated, I crumble my notes into a paper ball and throw them into the basket next to me. The fact that Hermitage is hardly quiet at night is nice, but in this case it isn't helping. Justin hurried away right after receiving a call from the police, intent on going to the scene of the murder personally. He looked pained when he left, obviously overcome with disbelief and extreme remorse. A person he was in contact with only recently is now dead. The whole situation must be weighing heavily on him. Although he has never explicitly spoken about it, I think Justin feels a sense of protectiveness. And no matter who the suspect is, justice should never be carried out outside the law like that. Even after such a short time of knowing him, his work ethic and sense of responsibility has become apparent to us all. For a man like him, who takes pride in his profession, there's nothing worse than experiencing failure. However, neither Neko nor me are in the position to comfort it. Neither Neko nor me are in the position to comfort him. I just hope he finds some solace in his work. Pseudo-all-felt, empty speeches aren't my style, and Neko is the same in that regard. People should stick to what they're good at. It's better to offer help where it's actually useful. It's just a more genuine approach. There has to be a way to figure all of this out. After having talked to that strange visitors, the hidden contents of the Albert aren't particularly hard to crack. Once you know what mystery is talking about, the author's reference actually seems a little ridiculous. The text often alludes to the concept of time. The book itself is a war biography with its own narrative timeline. The way in which events are connected via a timeline is quite absurd, but once you've cracked the code, it becomes much clearer. The key lies in the coding table, that is, the correspondence between documentary records and real time. When observing the sky, the movements of celestial bodies should be pretty regular and their records should share certain characteristics. One evening of cross-referencing and it should be possible to find matching combination with obvious patterns. The problem is the remaining text. Stand like rocks. Chant names. Let the beast be forever on our side. The protagonist often prays for victory with his comrades, but war records aren't usually as detailed in this regard. Most literature on this subject wouldn't waste much time on stuff like that. There has to be some hidden meaning to those passages, but what could it be? In for acquire the Albert, just when I start rubbing my face like a madman lost in thought, my phone starts vibrating. One look at the caller ID and I'm not exactly surprised. Scarlet!
Guess you're in trouble again.
Neko told you.
Yep, sure did.
Store manager ...
Don't get all worked up about it.
An elderly woman we stumble upon in our investigation appears to have been killed. Justin is on his way to the scene to confirm it. Do you happen to have any clues? Inside scoop, maybe?
How would I? It's not like I'm running from crime scene to crime scene. But the building itself is very peculiar.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Doesn't seem like things have calmed down though. Shortly after the incident,
there were plans to move ahead with the construction of the residential area again. However, the person in charge disappeared shortly afterwards. Fired? Who knows? That land must have been really valuable because it happened multiple times already. And it's never attracted attention. I mean, they're not super important officials. I'm sure reports are made, but they're just swept under the rug. So they decided to keep the records a secret. Quite the humiliating defeat. I also heard from some friends on the inside that someone was definitely orchestrating this to keep the other buildings project from progressing. You think the locals are involved? Indeed. They are the ones who would benefit from it, having built their own cheap housing units in that forsaken neighborhood. And it's plain to see how far they're willing to go. There's bound to be a lot of money involved in this. With the prevailing atmosphere, not to mention the harsh resistance, they're not exactly welcome. Offering help doesn't seem sincere when ridiculously large sums of money are involved. Maybe the locals decided to build cheap housing themselves because they were felt abandoned. Might as well go ask them yourself. All in all, not much has turned up. The only clue given by the witnesses was that the man who attacked the officers was dressed strangely. Care to elaborate? They used tin twine and a piece of yellow cloth with a strange pattern to cover their faces, similar to wearing a mask. Oh, the yellow handkerchief they have on their pocket. They use it to cover their face during nighttime, so they won't be identified, which is weird because if everybody's wearing the same color handkerchief with specific pattern, you know, if it's used for ceremonial purposes after that, I mean, you know, yellow cloth, are you sure? I mean, I can't be sure. I'm just reciting witness statements here, but it really is intriguing. Seems really excessive if it was just to hide their identity. It's already very dark around there because the lights barely work. You're right. If anything, those patterns on the mask would attract even more attention. Yeah, that's what I just said. Anyway, that's all about what I can tell you so far. Be sure to keep me in the loop if you do find anything too. Interesting. Dangerous abandoned building updated. That group has kept people away from the building in the past. With Scarlett's information, the situation the deliverer referred to in the morning seems clearer now. If they don't want anyone else getting close to that place, that just shows how important it must be to them. It seems that only 2 families ever lived in that place from beginning to end, and now there's only one left. It doesn't come as a complete surprise. The family portrait has odd and strange symbols that indicate that something's out of the ordinary after all. What is that group's purpose? Okay, so now we're trying to figure out the purpose of the Visionary Society, the unannounced visitor at the bookstore. Why would they do that? There's an update on the Albert. They wanted the Albert book. In this book, an general conquered the surrounding countries. The seal. Let the beast be forever on our side. Follow the ceremonial rites and chant on with your voice twice as loud and your harvest twice be fruitful. Let us bask in joy and happiness, for good fortune shall favor us, and we shall be protected against whatever sorrow and misery lies out there. Careful analysis of the constellation reveals that the general and his troops never achieved victory outside the winter months. We shall forever stand like rocks and be remembered. They will chant our names in glorious song and celebrate us in joyous dance. Okay, Albert. Dangerous abandoned building. The counting community originally had a carefully thought out construction plan. Shortly after the first building was constructed, it had to be terminated for some reason. a group of people with masks. And yeah, conclusion: mass murdered. By disguising themselves as sanitation worker or picking up garbage, the mysterious organization may be transporting bodies of the abandoned building in the canning district. Yeah, they want to get out of there. They want to go to a place where there's no pain. I'm gonna try those. No. Things aren't clear yet. There may be other pieces of information that shed light on the purpose of the ceremony. Oh, okay, so they have to... Okay, so I need to focus more on the ceremony more than on the group itself. Okay, so the Albert is good. Maybe Shrine, Messengers, and Gods? Wait. Okay. Okay, Shrine, Messengers, and Gods, Part 1. Sacrifice their offering in a barbaric way to summon the gargoyle. And the marks on the family portrait. Let's try this one. Second strike. Okay. I need to save. Oh no, I can't save. Oops. Yikes. I think the Arbor is still good because they've been looking for the book. We need to get out of here. Place where there's no pain. No, the thing with the gargoyle, it's my own theory, but there's nothing that confirm it. Like, I don't think it's related to that question in particular. Yeah, the group with mask. This is what I picked, and I got it wrong. So did this? Okay, the first was Albert. We need to get out of here in dangerous abandoned building. And then it was God, marks on the portrait, and I don't think I did that combo before. Alright. Oh! Okay, I got it. Whew! Okay, I got it. Purpose of the Visionary Society, rituals by the Visionary Society. Yeah, they wanted to do rituals. It's like, I kind of knew it, like they were doing rituals, but basically what they're looking for is proof that they're doing rituals. So it's like working backwards. Like, yeah, why do we think that they're doing rituals? So yeah, looking for the Harbor because they're doing rituals. The scratches on the family portrait are part of the rituals. and we need to get out of here is the purpose of the ritual. Okay. So, is he really a member of it as well? I get the broad gist of the ceremony, but I'm not satisfied at all. If my suspicions are correct, the relationship between the family and the thugs run much deeper than I originally assumed. After what Justin said, we should leave the family alone for now. Raised out, reasons of Hilda's involvement. Hilda is the neighbor to Lorraine, because it was Lorraine's sons who was in on it. And then he sacrificed probably his own dad and himself. Is this part of the investigation really finished? Is that the case? Why would she get involved now? There's only one way to find out. I have to say, relying on people much younger than myself for help is starting to get really embarrassing. It doesn't exactly help me feel any more youthful or useful. But a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. I pick up my phone, ready to contact Neko. Hey, are you still up? You don't have to ask me that before 3 in the morning. You know me. Some things come up and I need you to do me a favor. Do I need to put on my shoes for that? Witty as always, yes you do. Scarlet would probably flail my skin over this afterwards, but I can't worry about that now, although she does scare me. I put down my books and make my way up the stairs. Oh, Friday, October 27th. So, no internet today. Question mark. Okay, I'm gonna do a masked voice.
Can you understand me? Come on. Count how many fingers I'm showing you. You know what fingers are, don't you? Very good. Seems like you're a quick learner.
Still black.
This is your leg, this is your hand, and this is your head. Remember, those spots are fragile, they're vulnerable. You don't want anyone touching those. You don't want to get hurt, do you? ... Not bad. Now let's try walking.
At last, Scarlet is back at the store. Talk of the murders has been spreading, so Scarlet had to put down her other work and devote more of her energy to this case. It simply can't be ignored any longer. If we let this threat develop any further, sooner or later, the city's police force will be more agitated, a price we can't afford to pay. This has to be dealt with, even if we're reluctant to do so. We have as good a justification as any.
So, Justin's not back yet?
Nope. Seems like he's been working at the scene all night, but I didn't ask too many questions about it. So, they really found. It's true? Yeah, Justin texted me and confirmed it. He should be on the scene to aid with the investigation. Since they entrusted the case to him, the police seems okay with him working autonomously. Given his fairly young age, that level of trust must be well founded. It can't be solely due to the fact that they all get along with each other. We should give him some time to focus and deal with this. He doesn't need anything else piling up on top of it. Says the guy, kicking off his feet in the comfy confines of his home. Hey, I can't always be the one to blame. I'm actually risking a lot, letting minors like you stay up all night and encouraging your shenanigans. Also, quit acting like I'm just idling around doing nothing. Those bags under my eyes could save me in a car crash by now. My bags under my eyes are so big they can save me in a car crash. I can never tell if it's just you or staying up all night or some midlife crisis attempt. I got makeup. Oh! Anyway, it took me all night. Again. But I've gained some insight on the stories in the Albert.
Is that the book they're looking for?
Yeah, if they're aligning the seasons using the description on the grass and trees, it becomes a lot more vivid and interesting. Incidentally, it made me realize that this is definitely not a book of domestic origin.
Oh, why is that?
The book mentioned one ever victorious general forever caught in the cycle of battle after battle who always appears in autumn like clockwork. The places in this country have very odd names. Chinese names always contain some kind of ideographic information. Proximity to water, mountainous valley, fertile land. But in this case, it's different. So I tried looking at it from a different angle, analyzing the words only in terms of their various dialect and official pronunciation, only to arrive at the conclusion that it's probably derived from the English language. So, what's the problem? It's way too advanced. Using a foreign language version of your actual name, even if our ancestors were way smarter than we give them credit for, this is just too much. Only if this method were to be acknowledged and applied around the globe could a code like this be used. The person who wrote this couldn't possibly have had that kind of knowledge.
So what else is there in that general story?
His name itself is quite meaningful. Aldebaran, part of the Winter Hexagon, one of the 4 royal stars of ancient Persia. The locations surrounding this general are named after the Taurus constellation, and he is the only person to have a name like that. Aldebaran, that's also a constellation in space. It's a name of a star, right? If I'm not mistaken. I think I've seen a lot of sci-fi where Aldebaran is the name of a planet. I tried to remember. Where have I ever heard the name Aldebaran before? No, it's not Star Wars. It's not Alderaan. Aldebaran. The prominence of that specific star is evident by comparison. In other words, the opposite countries in the book were actually keeping track of celestial bodies? Exactly. Although there are probably many unknown factors involved, one thing is made very clear. Only the victors deserve to go to heaven. There was a huge back and forth for decades, the same pattern of defeating and being defeated repeating himself over and over and over again. So even if all those spooky rituals mentioned in the book, in the end, it's really just a fancy timetable? I don't think we can call those rituals meaningless just yet. According to what our strange visitor said, this book describes a way to discover the right time, so there just must be some importance to them.
You keep mentioning the general. He must play a key role in all of this.
After everything you've said, we should be able to derive some patterns from the celestial bodies, right? Right. With that approach, how could we find out the location of those guys who came looking for us? Well, parts of the winter triangle can only be seen in winter. At least that's what the internet tells me. That could be a clue. By filtering the times and places the general in the book found themselves in, we can construct a consistent timeline. I have to say, nothing's more conspicuous than that sacrifice in which he serves as both general and priest. That part sticks out like a sore thumb. It just doesn't make sense. If a single person has that many military and religious responsibilities, it's unlikely that such a big war would have kept going like that. It would simply be unproductive.
So you're going to use these rituals as definite criteria?
The timing aspect is important, but so is the ritual in the sacrificial ceremony. Too much of the text is dedicated to it for it to be irrelevant. The author deliberately describes it in a long-winded way, probably in an attempt to pass along knowledge for those who know the true meaning behind this book. And now it's our turn to crack this code. Headaches, here we come. Ugh. There has to be a way. Invite the beast from the other realm, keep chanting in a clear and confident fashion. That sentence foreshadows almost the entire ceremony. It literally describes the main points of the ritual perfectly. Foreign legends and myths often features the blowing of a horn or similar instrument to summon mythical monsters, and this ceremony is probably no exception. Set the scene, summon the beast, and await its response. That much seems clear. As for the beast mentioned in this book, it seems to have left its mark, otherwise we wouldn't be caught up in this whole affair in the first place. Alright, so what exactly could it be? Oh, the hidden danger. During an investigation, there may be dangers, a few villains. Oh, this is where we plug in the gargoyle. The whistling in the night. Losing blood at a normal rate. Catching! Alright. We're dealing with the gargoyle, folks. I would like to add that our initial suspicion has basically been confirmed. Although people are involved in these murders, possibly many of them, most fatal injuries, weren't inflicted by human hands. The book Shrine Gods and Messengers describes several myths about servants who worship and aid their deities, many of which are of non-human origin. Grab the thick book from the shelf and open it up for the others to see. The gargoyle, for example, who serves a god in the vastness of the distant stars. It has white wings, a horse's body, and insectuous traits. Their servant is fed and nourished with blood and fresh meat until it completes its mission. Now, this is a flashback from the Canning District. The background is not is different because this happened outside. Resident A. No, it's that other building. Not many people seems to be living here. Nobody talks about it and the place gives me the creeps. I've heard that the wind sounds weird over there, like chimes or something. Scares the kids half to death. Sometimes you can hear a violin playing. True horror flick stuff right there. It's really creepy. It gives me shivers. Imagine an out-of-tune string instrument. You know what I mean? Or, I don't know, a horse that sounds strangely distorted when it neighs. It's just this weird hissing sound that paralyzes you. That photograph Nico found is a sign that family was involved in a ritual in which they must have acted as guardians. And now the rooftop is locked, corpses are being carried from the building, bled dry. If we can't find out what kind of creature the book is talking about, we can analyze the purpose of the trial. At least we know what the blood was used for now. Scarlet ... I flipped through the pages to show the others. After having identified the target, I spent a lot of time combining through the books for further details. According to this, the gargoyle can travel freely between the human world and the infinite stars and skies. It plays an important role as a messenger between those planes of existence. It has bird's wings, but I doubt that they're much used in the cosmic environment. As soon as it leaves the atmosphere, it makes use of other body parts to move around. According to this book, the corresponding organ is located in the lower abdominal cavity, which is difficult to identify by appearance alone. It seems to directly affect the space around it, like a fish slicing through water and propelling its body forward. Honestly, I'm not sure how that principle is supposed to work. I suspect that it's not something a human mind could grasp. Being a servant of a greater entity, the gargoyle only descends from the heavens when summoned. If such a being has really been here for decades, there must be a specific reason for that. Either it hasn't fulfilled its mission yet, or its means of travel has been blocked, leaving it stranded down here. Whatever the reason, being trapped here on Earth for so long, I'm afraid this is a little more serious than just a bird with broken wings. Only after having said those things out loud do we realize the severity of it all, and for a moment, everyone is at a loss for words. Seeing and hearing it, all of this feels liberating in a way, but none of it bodes well for what lies ahead. After a painstakingly long silence, Nico sighs and picks up the conversation again. So I guess now's as good a time as any. That sounds ominous. Should I be worried? Teensy tiny bit, maybe? Alright, one at a time, please. When I did my snooping around on the company, an anonymous friend sent me a list of their employees. What? Hear me out. The list was processed electronically, but the information on it was clearly filled out manually. The form is full of unnecessary notes, much like something you have seen in the old days when you filled out a form by hand. Also, the date is 1989. So it's a list of employees from almost 30 years ago? Well, I found the name of Mrs. Huang family on it. Were both parents or employees there? Her husband was a technician, but it looks like he was marked for observation. For being an intellectual? The intellectuals who came back from overseas, was there really anyone who left to study abroad at that time? I've heard people say that in those days it was pretty much impossible to leave the country. That's true to a certain extent, but you should know best that people always find ways around rules when they don't agree with. Even before the founding of this republic, there were people who went to the US by means of labor trafficking and settled down to have children and grandchildren there. People with a strong drive have never allowed themselves to be limited by the times they live in. Thanks for the lesson. Anyway, the whole family was removed from the list and apparently wasn't able to work at the company anymore. Looks like they hadn't worked there that long compared to most people in the first place. How peculiar. Can't find the other old lady's name at all. Strange. Probably worked in another department or not at that company at all. I don't mean to play negative Nancy here, but can we really trust your anonymous friend? We don't have much of a choice, do we? ... However, I never mentioned to anyone that I was investigating this matter. This guy emailed me very spontaneously and of his own accord. He's either even more skilled than me or just knows my habits a little too well. I found both hard to believe, but what counts now is that the email exists. So you think we should listen to somebody who has the means to feed us such information anonymously? I would have worded differently, but yeah. Got it. Anything else? We found records of similar cases right here in the country, not even too far away. If these past few days have taught me anything, it's that life truly is full of surprises. Let's face it, the material you provide is often just gibberish, and actual crime research is more valuable than ancient, potentially inaccurate, biographical information. So Scarlett took me to the library archives. By the way, I have to use a fake ID for that. I just don't have those lying around, so I think some financial compensation is in order. To be honest, we had nothing to show for it, but as luck would have it, we stumbled upon a nerd who had overheard our conversation and happened to know quite a lot about the subject. The way she talked to him, all innocent and cute. Ugh, I'm gonna have nightmares now because I have to witness the whole thing. Mesmerizing library nerds through seduction to gather information. Yup, sounds like Scarlett. To him, you must have seemed like an angel or something. Shut up! Anyway, I tried to describe to him what was mentioned in the book and ended up hitting a home run. There was an uproar in the late 80s after a lot of farm animals disappeared throughout the country, but because there were a lot of religious sensitivities involved, hardly any records were filed. I can't imagine. Traditions run deep, and if word gets out about things like that, the public outcry tends to be immense. Anyway, when things like that happen in communities, police question those involved, and in this case, they stumble upon something they never expected, and that's straight from the nerd's mouth. A little devil like you should be happy to have been born in a time with fewer harsh laws. You're basically a walking, talking crime.
Very funny. What it boils down to is that in these rural areas, some people were so obsessed with their fate that sacrificing a human life seemed plausible to them. Law enforcement saw that a little differently.
No shit. So someone actually performed the sacrifice?
Yeah, but the way they were found out wasn't because of the sacrifice itself. A quarry owner alerted the police because someone has been stealing rocks and stones, sometimes leaving strange marks behind. They observed the scene and quietly followed the suspect.
Scarlett suddenly stopped talking.
At a secret hiding place, the police finally discovered the victim. The body was completely torn apart, twisted into an almost square shape, bones protruding.
Oh, that was Neko. Anyway, doesn't important, just plot exposition.
According to the records, the culprit were a group of people who called themselves the Visionary Society. Ring any bells? They wore strange costumes as they sang and danced around the victim, and the fumes of smoke in the room were so dense it was almost impossible to see through them. A very chaotic scene.
Chanting, dancing, calling an entity's name, incense being murdered. Sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it?
There are copies of the mark in the case file. Although it's not exactly the same symbol as in the family photo, it certainly looks similar.
So, those might be the same people that summoned the gargoyle. Meaning they have bigger plans than just to summon it. They must have a reason, otherwise the risk would be far too high. It would just cause them problems. After all, it is classified as a servant, not as some greater god. The difference alone implies that the creature isn't actually omnipotent. But what's still unclear is that whole stand like rocks line. What does that fit? Where does that fit in? Oh, wait. I feel there's another thing coming in, and I think I know how to answer it, but I'm not sure. In the literal sense, there is a contradiction here. Why would they steal rocks for a ritual when they were already using people to stand like rocks, contorting and twisting their bodies and sacrificing them? I have to say, they might have been just in crisis management mode. I'm no kidnapping expert, but I would say that stealing a rock is easier than stealing a human being. Honestly, it probably wouldn't have made much of a difference as far as punishment for a crime went in that era. We might never be able to figure out what exactly went on back then.
Organizing a ceremony like that isn't as easy as old ancient books make it out to be, especially not in modern times, right?
You have to assume that you're under permanent scrutiny and could be reported to the police at any moment by anyone. It could be the guy fixing your toilet who reports you, you know? Yup, gotta watch out for those devilish evil sanitation workers. We knew as much already. Is there anything else about this visionary society?
I couldn't dig up that much. According to the confession statement, its members are from highly mixed social standings, working class farmers and intellectuals academic alike. They're doing their thing in secrecy in the mountains, hibernating in the countryside for long periods of times. And you can't rule out the possibility that they're switched to another name by now going by multiple names, having false identities will make them nearly impossible to locate.
What we know for sure is that the raid shook them up enough for the police to catch a few old men and foreigners who were well-respected members within the cult.
These people won't talk, but the leaders must be under constant pressure.
Losing valuable members with inside knowledge about the cult must keep them awake at night. I would have saved us so much trouble if they had just gotten all of them in one fell swoop. I would have preferred that way too, except that someone with a gun in their pocket make sure to remind me that things aren't quite as rosy. Yet the visitor had a gun in his pocket? I didn't know that. if we are indeed talking about the same group of people, there is a faction of cult members scouring the city for lost books, and if their drastic measures are any indication, they don't have much time left. I don't mean to sound harsh, but why didn't they just off you right then and there? Maybe they're still missing something that they can't find on their own? Murdering me would have been only increased their risk of exposure, especially today with surveillance at nearly every corner. So what else are they up to? Could be that this part of the ritual didn't have anything to do with me. After all, the man who wanted to know about the stargazing technique and its timing in this book didn't say a word about any ritual. Either he's trying to hide it, or he doesn't need to learn about any rituals from me. There's a 50-50 chance. 4 lives have already been lost. What do we do? Find out what they're up to, then get help or stop them ourselves somehow. The sooner the better. Yeah, they can't be allowed to continue like this. Sooner or later, newspaper will get wind of it, and if the whole city is suddenly on high alert, you'll be in great danger. How about we burn all those books, stop them from falling into the wrong hands? Wait a minute, you little arsonist. This is our only way to understand what we're dealing with. You want to drop a bomb into a fire to defuse it? Yeah, do you want to defuse a bomb by throwing it into a fire? I like that metaphor. I want to see what Justin comes up with. I feel sorry for the victims, but this is the first time we had a chance to get a first-hand account. All the victims suffered unnecessarily cruel and violent injuries, making me wonder if that is also some kind of requirement. So the method behind those murders might hold the answer to this mystery. It will never be... Sorry. It would be very helpful if we could gather those signs to further study the origin and purpose of their rituals. I don't think Justin knows a lot about these things. He's a small-time detective, so he can move around without being watched constantly, but I doubt he can do much at the actual scene itself. When he comes back, we'll explain everything to him. He needs to be aware of how urgent this matter is. No matter what it takes, it's time for him to take advantage of his position. One book absolutely isn't enough. We have to dig up more information about it, even if it means sneaking the body over to Hermitage. With that coward? This mess would already be too much for him to handle. I think you'd be expecting too much of him. The dead cannot come back. Even if it's a sad affair, we mustn't dwell on it. It'll just add to the pain. Figuring out why they died is the only way to save more lives. That's the truth of it, and one that many people realize too late in their lives. What are you talking about? Nico frowns, never having been a fan of enigmatic speeches. I'm just counting on this. I look at the clutter of files around us, one sickening photo after another, countless notes staring back at me. Those notes all belong to one person. I can't shake this feeling. Could he really be a member? Noon! Justin returns to Hermitage with an exhausted look on his face. It's noon already. He looks like he's been up all night and his hair is beyond messy. His clothes are wet and dirty and in severe need of some dry cleaning. Scarlett left earlier, leaving only Neko and me as witnesses to his sad appearance. Whoa! Looks like scouring the riverbanks left some mark on you. Neko completely ignores the tenseness of this delicate situation and throws a pack of paper towel in Justin's direction. Justin catches it without responding as usual. Arranging for the boat to be dredged took some time, but thankfully the water isn't too deep in that area. Someone was fishing there, but when we found the body, contacted the police immediately. Too bad he didn't give chase himself. That would have only caused you more trouble in the long run, believe me. He's giving a statement, but I'm not really in the position to ask questions. That's why I came back after listening on his statement, a little too brief you guys on the situation. What was the scene like? Did you take a picture? I barely managed to get in and out without attracting too much attention, let alone take pictures. I was lucky enough to have a spare cell phone with me to turn in, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to contact me. They must be scared of the news leaking out. That wouldn't be good for anybody. If I remember correctly, the leaders of several countries will be here for an important meeting pretty soon. A series of murder in such a close vicinity would be the last straw for the police. It would crush them. Here's the gist of it. The culprit wrapped the victim in plastic and sank the body into a river via a rope and a rock. Because of the rain that has fallen the night before, the river's current was swift, giving us barely enough time to retrieve the rope. Unlike the victim found sunk in the mud along the riverbank, this time it was farther offshore. The body was being dragged along the riverbed, so we were lucky to have found it early enough. Were you able to confirm any injuries? I know water damage can make forensics identification difficult. The body wasn't in the water that long, but I'm not sure how to describe it. Justin's expressions turned into a mixture of doubt and indignation. Immediately after removing the plastic, one of the more experienced detectives made a quick on-site assessment. The body has heavy cut wounds across the arms and lower legs, as well as marks of some kind. Just like the previous ones. It's his conclusions that bothers me. It's strange. He thought that those wounds and injury weren't fatal. Come again? Are you familiar with ancient torture methods? The person's death is postponed until the date of execution, but the pain inflicted is so severe that the person being tortured felt as if they were dying, and oftentimes they did. And those injuries, they seem like they should have been enough to kill a person, trust me. But somehow it wasn't the actual cause of death. That's right. The windpipe and lips show clear signs of drowning. In other words, the body shut down after being sunk, not before. Deco ... For some reason, clear facts like this calm me down as soon as they're on the table. I just can't comprehend some vicious cruelty. How could anybody with even a shred of humanity do something so heinous? I'm with you on that. They must have completely abandoned any form of conscience. Yes, but we still have to try to make sense of it. How could a healthy mind ever make sense of this? We have to ignore aspects like morality and conscience in this case. It's hard, but we won't get anywhere otherwise. If possible, it would be best to re-examine the body that was found in the building. We should be able to determine the time of death from the wound, even if most of the blood was removed. Well, at least I hope that part happened after that, otherwise it's straight up nightmare fuel. Deliberately injuring and mutilating a body to cover up other traces sounds cruel, but sadly it's nothing new. Hold on a second, what are you trying to say? Why did they go to such lengths to make sure someone died in the river? That's what we should be thinking about. This feels like a question I'm gonna save. At this point, there is no connection between the victim, and it is unlikely that they were tortured because of some personal vendetta. In other words, there have to be a purpose to this. Even if they did it reluctantly, the ritual called for it. They would have done it. Who knows what they thought might happen if they didn't follow instructions. It's barbaric, is this what it is? You can look up some of the stuff the Aztecs did during their sacrifice. For them, it was perfectly normal. That's a great example. The values of good and evil can be defined out of context. This is particularly evident in the case of religious activities, and this seems to be an organization that thinks it's doing good. Justin ... Death is an end in itself. Do you mean things like that? That is still too general a concept. Time, place, identity, goal, cause, manner. Some of those points may be more relevant to the killer than others. In our case, the killer went to great lengths to ensure that the actual death would take place at a specific location. Something's off here. For now, the moment of death is all we need to find out. I'm glad I asked you and Scarlett to help with the investigation. And then there's this whole thing about the rocks. Placing rocks all over the city were simultaneously trying to observe the star to find the right moment. That's a lot of work for a ritual. Sacrificing so many lives as a formality, without any actual certainty or reason? The process itself plays a very important role. The actual goal itself is to observe is so obscure that I don't think anyone truly knows what the point of these practices is. In other words, no one knows what actually works, and nobody has enough professional knowledge to be the judge of that. Even her own neighbors. How could she do such a thing? I'm afraid there's no turning back from that old lady either. Why'd you say that? Well, if my suspicions are correct, it's quite a long story. Yep. So, reasons for Hilda's involvement. The Visionary Society is clearly doing something shady in the Kang district, but why is Hilda involved? Hilda's secret. According to Lorraine, Hilda's husband and son are long dead, and the two of them are the only ones left in the tower building. Hilda has been reluctant to accept this fact, always thinking that her husband and son are still alive and well, mentioning this to people from time to time. Okay, so I guess this is relevant. The organization known as the Visionary Society is eager to communicate with its master and escape the world to another dimension free of pain and trouble. Hilda's family seems to have served as parents, sacrifices, and passages in this context. The likelihood that they are related to all of this is quite high, so I think I'm going to go with this one. And then Gargoyle. Signs of massing blood loss, a giant shadow flying by, strange hissing sound. The murders that occurred in the Kangning neighborhood and the eyewitness report are consistent with the description of a being named Gargoyle. In the books Shrine Gods and Messengers, this being, which relies on its wing and some sort of light near its lower abdomen to travel between planets throughout the universe, is an important messenger. The author of the book took note of the following: people fitted with blood and flesh and live with it as comrade, having lost so much knowledge in exile, they have to sacrifice their offspring in a barbaric way to summon the Gargoyle. So I guess it's gonna be the Gargoyle. Boom! Got it in one. Suspicions approved. Final struggle. A few decades ago, this country was nowhere near as stable as it is now. Things were terrible, especially for intellectuals and academics. Yeah, the Cultural Revolution. What happened in Tiananmen Square back in '89? They're trying to hint just by the year. Like, every Chinese know what happened in 1989, but nobody talks about what happened in 1989. They were persecuted because of their status and suffered a lot of misfortune. I think Hilda's husband must have been one of them. Her husband has had a bad... Okay, what did voice... Her
husband has been a bad disposition. He came to this country from overseas, and I heard that they had a lot of trouble before they moved here. People knocked on their door and ridiculed them every day. She's the only remaining member of her family.
Returning home after studying abroad, carrying such a gigantic societal stigma back then. Honestly, it's a blessing in disguise that he lived long enough to see the construction of that building in the first place. He returned to his homeland, full of expectation, and unfortunately others weren't as open-minded as him, and his return was met with rejection. That's enough to shatter even the strongest of minds. He might have had made some connection abroad, or maybe those people already had an influence on him before then, who knows? Either way, they agreed on a plan, and they managed to pull it off very covertly. The photo is wrapped in a wooden frame and has been painted white. The glass is spotless. The paper inside, however, is beginning to yellow. In the photo, a young family of 3 is facing the camera, the expression a little unnatural but happy. I can now see the scratching on the faces. There's a little symbol on it. It's kind of like an 8 or it looks like an unknown from Pokemon. It looks like the Pokemon Unknown. The only woman in the picture resembles a young Hilda. Strange scratches cover the face of the 2 adults, as if someone wrote on them with a ballpoint pen but managed to erase the ink somehow. The family gradually became part of the Visionary Society, accepting their teachings and participating in their activities. The society gave them a simple task: preparing descendants for the ceremony. A ritual is passed down among the elder of the Visionary Society, in which they ask the gods they worship to send them emissaries, or servants, whose spirits are summoned from afar. However, these spirits require a vessel. Therefore, an infant is used to house the emissaries' presence, so they may develop and grow. All of it is pretty brutal, but the 2 of them were clever enough to pull it all off. They continue to work and live like ordinary citizens, making friends, hiding their identities, then a seemingly natural pregnancy followed by a vacation. Until the day the baby was born. The Visionary Society was right on the schedule, and years of patience were finally bearing fruit. The society may have promised them something, or they may have hoped for something in return for their services. With the successful arrival of the servant, they hope that these wishes may be granted. However, that would require the servant to descend successfully. What's the matter? Do you know my David? Oh, sorry. I just happened to see the picture and thought he looked familiar. That's okay. If only my David were as polite as you. He turned from a little boy into a man who won't even come by to visit. You don't want to be like him.
I'm sure he told you about her son, David, but I'm afraid she'll have to prepare a wreath if she really wants to see him. In fact, she's the only member of her family who's left.
In less populated areas with fewer means of passing on knowledge, verbal retellings of rituals are among the most dangerous way of transmitting information. The Visionary Society may not have been a sufficiently large organization, and it is clear from the depiction in the book that they failed to discover the most vital pieces of information. So, you're saying that the ritual failed? We have no way of knowing exactly what happened, and none of those involved left any record of it. The only thing we know is that it caused a great deal of damage. At least her husband and eldest son were never to be seen again. As a result, the abandoned building became a dark reminder that people in the neighborhood would rather not to talk about. No one wanted to keep living in that place, except for one desperate old woman. Building companies didn't even want to continue with the construction of the remaining residential buildings and turned their attention elsewhere. People began moving out of the neighborhood, and the landlords have to lower their rents. Tenants are getting poorer and the conditions are growing steadily worse, a vicious cycle that has ultimately turned the district into an urban legend that even the police don't want to get involved in. Funny thing is that the current residents are so focused on complaining about the shoddy housing situation that they don't even care about how it happened in the first place. Shoddy. So, it turns out the state of the buildings is actually the result of the whole neighborhood's neglect. In order to calm things down, those stubborn local inhabitants have kept their mouths shut until now. They refuse to acknowledge the facts or accept help of any kind. But it wasn't supposed to end there. The current situation speaks for itself. The ritual wasn't a complete failure. Although the loss was irreversible, Hilda kept the child. The gargoyle grew up and turned increasingly inhuman, as described in the records. In order to supply flesh and blood as nourishment, the Visionary Society left her some funding. That way, even with her low income, she should be able to hold on for a long time. Yeah, what's that blood? Oh, I'm just cleaning my duck. She's been feeding her meat. They wanted to meet the gargoyle and take him away. The price was high, but that meant the reward would be even greater. But she probably didn't expect the Visionary Society to be imprisoned for theft and murder. The members were arrested on scene and couldn't escape decade-long prison sentences. It wasn't until this year that the Society's key player were released again, which means the gargoyle isn't dependent on Hilda anymore. Whatever the Visionary Society is planning, this is their last shot.
Leaving this world, the one thing we failed to achieve. Once the ceremony has been completed, you are taken to a whole new realm. Believe it or not, there is a place that is truly free of pain and sorrow.
Spiritual transcendence?
No, it's a pure kind of detachment. Staying in this world has no spiritual or physical value at all.
Sounds like running away.
Of course you would understand. Just help us and no one will get hurt, okay?
So that's why, after being released from prison, they immediately sought her out again, ready to continue their plan. Yes, and that's why I think this series of murders has another reason. What could this ritual possibly accomplish that would be worth wasting so many years and taking so many lives? Okay, get ready to save again. It feels like there's another questions coming in. Trying to fix the damage by doing more damage is like borrowing money to gamble. A vicious cycle with no turning back. Who knows? This might have been destined to end in tragedy from the very beginning. But the ceremonies for a god's servant would not be small. To put it bluntly, a few humans' lives would mean nothing compared to those mysterious entities. So if they had their way, I'm afraid it would be a matter of more than a few lives. Justin ... So the question remains, what do? We need to take one more trip to the Conning District. People aren't stupid. It's only a matter of time before the police focus their attention on the place. What with a whole series of murders, now that Mrs. Lee's body has been discovered, it'll happen sooner rather than later. Do the police know who she is? It's hard to say, but I think I was the only one there to recognize her face. I want to check on something. Do I have another question left? No. I answered all 3 questions. 1, 2, 3, 4. So what's left? The sinkhole, messenger, shrine gods and messenger 1, 2, and 3. So I don't need those. Dangerous abandoned building, mass murder, final struggle. Despite the fact that her own family died during the ritual to summon the gargoyle, Hilda has always been unwilling to accept this fact. Now all she can do is use the result of the ritual to escape this painful world. Therefore, she is willing to continue to assist the Visionary Society in raising the gargoyle, handling the sacrifices so as to complete the ritual together. It'll be bad if someone finds out that you didn't report it, right? It doesn't matter. With everything that happened yesterday, it's best to proceed with caution. Who knows what else they'll do? And without preparation, asking the police for help will just make things even more dangerous. It's not too late. Thanks for your effort. We have a small head start. But why go there? Do you think something's going to happen 2 days in a row? If they were in any way sane, they wouldn't have done what they did to Mrs. Lee. ... They might be growing impatient and trying to get things over with before someone comes knocking at their door. But even the most cautious person will leave a trace sooner than later. Which they did. It was foolish. It was It was be foolish of them. Probably it's may. It's like they try to conjugate the word maybe, because it's true that maybe came from the two word maybe, but I don't think it was be. It was be foolish of them, but something forced them to act right after a stranger came to visit. I'm sure they would like to move somewhere else, but for whatever reason, they're bound to that building. We haven't seen what's going on the roof yet, so whether they're planning on doing something tonight or not, we have to make sure either way. If you end up in a suspicious situation, find a way to surprise them. Neko, how sure are you about that lock? The chain is too thick to be cut through large pliers. The locks are so rusty that picking them is bound to be a hassle. However, this is a perfect situation to simply use force. If the cylinder is rusty, the lock is probably jammed into position. I have the right tools here, so it's gonna be noisy. After all, I'll be confronting the cylinder with a hammer. That doesn't matter. I doubt it'll be loud enough to wake the other buildings. Give me some cover. I don't want to find myself stuck on the roof as soon as I unlock the door. A simple text message should suffice. How about I tell them I changed my mind and that I'm willing to make a deal for the book they want? You don't value your life all that much, do you? What makes you think they won't just come for you and take it by force? Don't make such a big deal out of it. It'll keep them away from that building, and if we're successful, it won't matter who has the book in the end. Fine, I'll go get the tools. Wait. Hold on a second. You're just going to rush in there? Of course not. I can't leave this place. I think you're simply adding to the confusion by saying that. You're smart enough not to risk your life if you don't have to, so my efforts won't be in vain. As far as risk goes, that's just part of life. If there's really something fishy on the rooftop, I'll try to get it on film and hand it to the police. I'm fine with a bit of vandalism if it's necessary. If they hadn't been carrying out their plans in that building, we wouldn't have known about any of this. But now I'll be able to delay them for at least half a day, which is worth a lot when you think about it. It's just too big of a gamble. This is a complete make-or-break approach. Time's running out. I would prefer a different approach too, but the stars won't wait for us. The Visionary Society was released from prison at the beginning of the year, but the murder spree only began this month. How long do you think it'll be until they reach that crucial moment in time they're hoping for? You know what? I just clicked on something. Thursday is the 26th, Friday 27, Saturday 28, Sunday 29. No, it has to be inside that week. I was like, oh, they're gonna hit on Halloween? No, it's 2 days off. 2 days off. We don't know how many stones they need for the rituals, but if 4 people aren't enough, and considering the current frequency of the murders, I'm afraid the next one will happen sooner rather than later. The police may not be able to stop the ceremony in time. Waiting a few more days isn't going to make this any easier, and I don't want to stand by as that group continues to murder spree. So you're just pushing your own people into the fire? You're letting a little girl poke a hornet's nest for you. She knows what she's doing. She better. If it's really as you suspect, then the society has spent over 20 years raising a monster that sucks people dry and it remains undiscovered in the residential area, where do you think it's been hiding all this time? Save your breath, I'm not going to fight that thing. What makes you think you'll have a choice? I'm serious. Can't you guys just take an extra 5 minutes to think about what you're planning to do? I think it's all been said. No need to repeat anything. Wait a minute. Hear me out. Damn it, am I the only one who's worried about your safety? Neko ... What's the matter, Mr. Detective? This thing's been a mess from the start. There's no safe way to go about it. Justin ... The only one who's worried? Man, of course I'm worried. I was the one who found the bloodstains over there. Or have you forgotten? In that case, you should... I should what? Sit around and wait for some clueless individual to collect the bodies and clean up the whole mess? Don't say we're worried. I'm scared to death. Whatever happens tonight, you can be damn sure I'll have nightmares about it later. I've seen things 500 times worse than this without you having to remind me how shitty and messed up life can get. Get a grip, dude. We have more than just a few murders to solve, and right now, nobody has a better shot at dealing this than us. I would avoid putting pressure on Neko in the future if I were you. We're past calm reasoning at this point. The more troublesome everything is, the more calculated and careful our approach will have to be. Compared to everyone else, Neko is the expert here. I can understand if you can't wrap your head around it, but at least stay out of my way, okay? Just what the hell have you been through? More than you think. You've dealt with murderers before? More than one? If not from the manager. Never mind, forget it. You look like you're not even in high school yet. And? You got a problem with that? No, it's just... I don't understand. I don't understand where your courage comes from. Of course, you'd be the one to ask that question. Huh? Do private investigators get paid well? Not really, no. Do they have a good reputation? Not really. Will the police haul you off to prison if you don't keep working this case? It might cause some problems, but nothing quite like that, no. So why are you still here if you say you can't do anything anyway? ... I'm afraid your mentor already knew all about this, but he's far away now. He had neither the means to stop those people, nor did he know what would happen next. That's why he chose to run away, because the victim's family would be busy hitting him for refusing to help instead of getting involved himself. Think about it. He's smart, and he knew what he was doing, but we're not like him. I've had so many nightmares, and I don't want anyone else to ever have those who go through that. This isn't about whether we actually have the ability to pull it off. This is about making a conscious decision to do whatever we can. Because we can't just twiddle our thumbs and ignore it. Doing nothing will lead to nothing. You're like us, dummy. That thing with the camera? You didn't half-ass that job, did you? You want to be better than your mentor and prove something to yourself, right? Justin ... Forget it. All this talk isn't good for anything. They haven't seen your face yet. If you don't want any part in it, go home and get some rest. Time's off the NSYS right now, so I can't keep playing counseling with you. Bye. That's not the point. Hell, things aren't supposed to be like this. No matter what you're going to say, someone has to do something about it. Yes, you're right. Someone has to. If any funny stuff happens on the rooftop, you'll try to get it on camera and hand it over to the police, right? Don't forget the second part of what I said. I have to do some damage. I will. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. What do you want to do? What I have to. Neko, pass me the bags with the tools. Wait, you're not going to. The more troublesome everything is, the more calculated and careful our approach will have to be. I have to admit it makes sense. So let the person most suited to the task do what he does best. Surveilling and videotaping, you say? Sounds like a job for an expert private investigator, if you ask me. Evening! Alright, straight to evening. Justin walks off into the night. I have a feeling we're gonna fight the monster. Something tells me, like, this is the confrontation. Alright. Winter is getting closer and it's too early for the sun to be up yet. His coat protects him from the morning chill, as always. It's heavier than usual because of the many things that has been stuffed into the pockets. Be prepared for anything, anytime. That's one of the most valuable lessons Justin picked up on the job. But now he's reached a point where he knows that simply being prepared isn't enough. Neko slipped him a few tools and weapons of questionable origin, but Justin opted not to take them with him. His job is to solve problems, not cause them or making existing ones worse. Also, with everything he knows about the case, the only good defense for when things get out of hand would be to run away. Trying to fight and resist would be foolish. He expressed a keen interest in the pencil Cecile used to ward off the silkworm last time, but the store manager wasn't on board with that idea. It may not be effective against other worldly entities. Justin doesn't know anything about the intricate workings of that stuff anyway. He would rather be cautious than rely on items that might turn out to be completely useless. It's better to work at your own pace and trust your own skills than to depend on crutches like that. Standing in front of the building once again, the whole scene strikes Justin as even weirder than he imagined. Oh! That's the hissing neigh. That sounded like an out-of-tune violin. Interesting. But that really sounded too much like a horse who got spooked. A deep growl echoes from above. It sounds a bit like a horse's neigh, but more drawn out and distorted. Something is wrong. Nobody living nearby could sleep through a sound like that. It's 4 in the morning, yet there isn't even a single light turned on in the neighborhood. All the more reason to act right now. The bizarre, unsettling atmosphere draws Justin in, paralyzing him for a moment. The sound is coming from the rooftop. Time to go up there and check it out. Justin pushes open the building door and enter. The moment his feet touch the floor, Justin suddenly feels extremely tired. What the? His whole body feels heavy. His joints hurt. His mouth is dry. His head aches. It's as if someone was waking him up from a deep slumber, the only difference being that he wasn't actually asleep. No wonder none of the locals are awake, Justin thinks to himself. He doesn't have the faintest clue how this works, but at this time of the night, when people are already naturally tired, anything to increase that feeling must work like a charm. Justin has learned a lot at Hermitage over the last few days, including being open to things that cross the boundaries of common sense and logic. He is close to falling asleep, but his drive keeps him going, even if only barely. So, you finally come out of hiding. The more drastic the measures, the more desperate they must be. For Justin, that's bad news. The detective ascends the stairs as quickly as he can. He still doesn't have all the answers. Did he come to his forsaken place to face the unknown, to bring the killer to justice, or to simply to confirm his suspicions? He still doesn't know. He wants to do the right thing. But what is right? Oh! The chains that were still firmly in place at the door yesterday now lie scattered across the ground. Somebody opened the door. I see a silhouette of a man on the other side. Is it Scaramouche? Will he do the fandango? Thunderbolts and lightning frightening me? Galileo? The way the chains was cut suggests that whoever did it knew exactly what they were doing. There's no time to hesitate. Justin carefully pushes open the door to spy through the crack. What? Oh, I see 3 more men. And I think they caught up a woman. So I guess it's the Visionary Society that captured Hilda. And now she's about to be fed to the gargoyle. Nothing could have prepared him for this. About 10 people are on the roof, dressed in normal clothes but wearing strange masks, Justin can't make out any detail in the dark, but what he sees is more than enough to arouse suspicion. They are split into two groups. 3 of them are trying to tie up Hilda. The rest of them are standing around the wooden shack in the middle of the rooftop. They're chanting and throwing around some sort of dust. The side of the shack is covered in blood. Something must have happened here very recently. None of them are shouting, but the atmosphere is unbelievably tense. What should he do? Justin does his best to stay calm. His heartbeat is so out of control, it is making his chest hurt. He's angry at himself for not realizing it sooner. An old woman with nothing left to lose is the perfect target to take advantage of. And once they're done with their plan, she will have outlived her usefulness. Both the store manager and himself have been so focused on their own theories that they have been blind to any other possibilities. Just as some phenomena can be explained by common sense, the truth can be labeled as such without actual evidence. Premature theories and conclusion can't replace that. This isn't the time to think about who's right or wrong. Justin stretches his stiff fingers and pulls 2 items out of his pocket. Ever since the first day he started working as a detective, it's known that he may be thrown into extreme situations. Still, up until now, he's never had to make use of any gadget, and now he's doubting their usefulness. Now we see the flash. Oh, shit! This is a camera flash. Remember those old camera? It's like, this is, those, you know, those fancy cameras that requires film and developing. It's one of those, but like the camera flash is something you attach onto the camera. It works with batteries, but this is like the flash alone with the battery. So this could make a quick flash, and then we have half a Heineken can. It's been carved with weird pliers, and there's firecrackers in it. So is he gonna make a flashbang? I don't know. This is gonna be weird. Still, this is better than nothing. Justin shakes his head to regain some focus, then lights the fuse on the firecrackers in his hand before placing them next to the door. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Firecrackers blow up loudly next to the door. People on the rooftop. What's going on? It's now or never. A bright flash with a color temperature of 5,500 K floods the rooftop. The firecrackers are so bright that they'll be blinding even during the daytime. Their facial expression must be ridiculous right now. Seizing the moment, Justin kicks open the door and rushes over to a group of 3 who are dazzled by the light. The 3 of them cover their eyes in pain with no time to react to Justin rushing by. Who's there? Keeping the other at bay with his shoulder, Justin runs up to Hilda and pulls her towards him. Hilda seems to have lost all her energy in the struggle. Never in his life would Justin have thought that a small old lady could be so heavy. Are you okay? Don't worry, I'll be alright. Hilda bows her head a little and mumbles something, but she relaxes a tight grip on Justin's shoulder, much to his relief. Most of the cult members are still blinded, wildly flailing their arms around in an attempt to dispel shadows that aren't really there. Some are furiously rubbing their eyes, trying to regain their sight. Justin knows from past experience that they'll recover soon. He takes a look at Hilda's to make sure he's unarmed. She's unarmed and picks her up and prepares to escape the chaos. But he's too slow. The shack shakes. There seems to be some ropes on the wall that seems to be keeping a door, or maybe the wall collapsed and they put it back together and tied it together tight with rope. Oh, the shack in the rooftop center collapses, or better yet, explodes. It swells up like a balloon filled with too much air, then loudly bursts apart. Okay, so now the gargoyle soars into the sky. We can see him now. It's Brooklyn. The design for the gargoyle is Brooklyn. It looks like a gargoyle that can fly instead of glide. But it's shaped exactly like Brooklyn. Yeah, it's kind of a horse's face. Yeah, some horns. And very slender limbs. I don't see a tail, but yeah, very large wing. Shadows, darker than the night, engulf their surroundings. It looks somewhat like a bat, but there are obvious differences. It's huge, covered in holes, and has sickly appearances altogether. There's that sound again, like a nightmare vision of a horse neighing. There's an opening that may or may not be his mouth. Justin cannot tell because the sound doesn't seem to be coming from there. Okay, so the hissing doesn't come from him yelling through the opening that would be the horse's mouth. The air around the creature vibrates and shakes, particularly around its lower half. Oh. Okay, now I see the appearances of the follower. There are men and women. And yeah, they're all wearing... This is weird. They're wearing masks, but basically it's the cloth tied around their head with some sort of leather strap. So I don't know if the piece of paper has holes in it or if it can see through the paper. But if they're all wearing that, I wonder how they were be able to be blinded by the light. The creature has 4 limbs and wings on the upper half of its torso. That's about the only description Justin can give. We always explain new discoveries based on rhetoric, on similarities to things we already know. But how should we describe something that no human has ever witnessed before? Gargoyle. Although he only just learned that word, it's the only name that comes to mind right now. It's enough to instantly fill him with dread. His blood is boiling in his vein and rushing to his head, but his bones feel strangely cold, a sensation that pierces his whole body. Regret, remorse, irrationality, every fiber of his being is telling him to run, but his trembling legs are stuck to the floor. Trapped in his own body, the paralyzing fear takes full control of him. His heart sinks at the realization that he's holding at something that doesn't belong to this world. The man-like, horse-like, bat-like creature is struggling to get rid of the rope netting around his body. So now we have a close-up, more detailed illustration of this creature. Yeah, his arms looks like mantis, but it has some claws. The legs... Okay, I can see the abdomen is swelling. Looks like something that resembles a spider's abdomen and a disco ball. So that would be its weakness. You have to hit there to defeat him. That must be this weak point. But yeah, it's a gargoyle. It's not a gargoyle. A gargoyle that feeds on human flesh for some reason. The ritual must have worked. The creature appears weakened, and the rope netting restraining it seems unusually strong. That could be why the creature, though much more powerful than any human on Earth, is struggling to free itself. Some of the debris that were sent flying come crashing down, burying several people under them, or knocking them out of the roof altogether. The creature's strong legs are moving about, no longer fully restrained by the ropes. The roof isn't that big, and the agitated creature is thrashing and whirling around, smashing everything with its reach. Oh, hell no! Hilda is trembling, which is enough to make Justin regain some of his focus. It's now or never. Justin moves towards the exit while shielding Hilda with his body. No ordinary human being could ever stand a fighting chance against a creature this big. Maybe a gun would even the odds a little, but a small-time detective just as Justin isn't allowed to carry one. Justin is annoyed by his impulse to grab other people on his way out. They knew what would happen and wouldn't have gone through all that trouble for nothing. Interrupting them will now be nothing less than stupid. Justin is still overwhelmed by everything that's unfolding in front of him, though he has vowed to be more open-minded when it comes to things that don't seem logical at first. It's nowhere near as easy as he thought. If the store manager was here, maybe... Ah! An intense pain flashes through his body. We see a flash of red light. He's been stabbed. The cold metal embedded in his arm makes his muscle fiber twitch uncontrollably. The pain is so bad that for a second he thinks his entire arm has been torn off. Okay, so... During the explosion, he was on full adrenaline mode, and now that he's wearing off... Oh, right, I'm feeling pain on my arm. I've been stabbed. Justin didn't even notice the silent sneak attack from behind. Though not big inside, the sharp metal shape easily pierced Justin's flesh. Did Hilda just backstab us? The severe pain makes him shiver and break out in cold sweat. He can barely remain standing. Why? Hilda ignores Justin's agonized cries as she pulls out the sharp metal object. Yeah, Hilda just stabbed us. Then she turns around and heads towards the disorganized cult members. It's obvious that she doesn't have any intention of helping them. Ignoring the debris and clutter swirling around, she sneaks up to the member under the covers of all the noise and confusion. Once close enough, she either stabs them or pushes them towards the center of the roof, right into the eye of the chaotic storm. She doesn't even seem worried at all about the gargoyle hurting her, or maybe she just doesn't care. It's her! We need help! The rope won't hold on much longer. Where? I can't see anything! Ah, it's coming! A body is violently flung through the air, sliding across the ground and leaving a long trail of blood behind. Order member B, ... It probably isn't enough to just kill the man, but he surely won't be able to walk for a long, long time. Oh, he's been stabbed on the shoulder. Okay. She stabbed him on the shoulder. Though his legs are still shaking and trembling, Justin attempts to move and get closer to the victim on the ground. The man is holding a small dagger in his clenched fist. The twisted blade looks fragile, making apparent that it's a ritualistic dagger more than anything. Yeah, when it's a blade twisted like that, it's made for sacrificial ceremonies. That's for sure. It's covered in strange carvings and coated in unidentifiable liquid. This dagger obviously serves a bigger purpose than stabbing people. Oh shit, is he gonna die? Is it coated with poison? Or maybe it's it's an anesthetic to put you to sleep. So you get killed while not being conscious of it. How humane! The man on the ground is unable to resist at all. Sorry, let me just borrow this for a moment. At least the dagger looks more useful than Cecile's improvised rune pencil. Wait, what? He got stabbed by a shiv made out of a pencil, and that make him bleed so much? At last, Justin has something that he could put to good use. Since the excruciating pain is starting to fade a little, Justin can move his arm again. Though it was small, the barbs on the piece of metal made putting it out excruciatingly painful. Okay, so it was a barbed pencil. So when he stabbed him, it was painful, but when he removed it out, it produces more blood. Okay. Makes the flesh wound bigger. The chaos continued to unfold with an increasing amount of unconscious cult members piling up on the ground. Though they try to regroup to restrain Hilda, the creature intervention stopped them dead in their tracks. Justin hides the dagger in his sleeve, which gives them a small sense of security. Everything is in shambles and out of control. Hilda is still on a rampage, but the fact remains that she's just an old woman. This makes the gargoyle the biggest problem right now. Get out of here! Ah! It's time to act. Justin takes a deep breath and tries to sneak up behind the creature. Though he's unsure if it even have actual eyes, or how much the firecracker has affected his ability to see, coming from behind should allow him to move closer without being noticed. Hidden in the darkness of the night, Justin makes his way from the corner of the rooftop towards the door. Its thrashing and loud growls are accompanied by a hissing gasp. It's obviously in a weakened state, but that's no reason for Justin to do anything rash. Closer, just a little closer. Justin makes one careful step at a time. According to the store manager's theories, the failed ritual should have severely weakened the creature. Though still vicious and a force to be reckoned with, it's exhausted as it's most vulnerable right now. There is nothing he can do. There's no way he could face that creature one-on-one or protect the people that are being ravaged. Running away is a smart choice. He has to get back to the bookstore and tell the store manager what's going on here. See if he can... Yet another painful sensation. Already weakened by the previous attack, Justin's body is now close to failing him. Ah! Something hits the ground behind him. It must have been something really heavy with a sharp edge. At least, that's what the back of his head says. How? He can hear something coming closer, but he can't move at all. Heavily concussed, Justin's brain is no longer in control of his body. The heavy blow to the back of his head has robbed him of his last remaining ounce of strength. Question mark. Justin, listen to me very carefully now. We see a shadow. It's like it's a question mark, and there's no character, just a shadowy male creature. It's your decision to leave. That's fine by me. However, there are a few things I must say to you. It's my responsibility as your mentor. Oh, that's probably a flashback. Don't ever consider yourself a hero. ... A detective's job is to solve a problem that already exists. You can't stop a tragedy from unfolding. The best you can hope for is to stop it in its early stages. If you continue down your current path and maintain your naive idea of justice, sooner or later you'll run into a problem that will be too much for you to handle. There's no telling how that will end for you. Is that why you gave up? I only do what I can. I never overestimate myself. That's in my best interest and in everyone else's too. How so? You're not solving anything by running away. Some wounds never stop bleeding. You have what it takes to bear that pain. That's just the way things are. Too many people think they have what it takes. ... Forget it. You probably have enough of me talking about this anyway. I'm not going to force anything on you, just as I'm not forcing myself to do things I know I'm not equipped to handle. I hope I've taught you well enough so that one day you can make a living with it. Try not to sprint ahead of all the time. Sometimes you have to take a good look behind you so as not to get lost. Go out there, do your thing, gain real-life experience, and heed my words. Once you've done so, let's meet up for a drink one day. My treat, of course. I can't wait to see what kind of man you'll have become by then. I'm really looking forward to it. Justin ... A cold wind is blowing across Justin's face, almost cold enough to freeze his watery eyes solid. though he can't barely make anything out. He's relieved to discover that he's at least still on the rooftop. That's good. Everything else? Not so good. Everything is in ruins. A few loose bricks and pieces of wood are all that remains of the shack. Order member A... The only thing with a semblance of order up here are the human bodies, lined up along the roof, arms side by side, heel to heel. Somebody must have positioned the bodies that way. Justin's head is still throbbing as all manner of strange thought races through his mind. Trying to identify the source of the pain, Justin turns to take a glance at his left shoulder and stares right into a big evil eye! A triple exclamation mark. One of Justin's questions is answered right there and there. The gargoyle does in fact have a mouth. Right now it's wrapped around Justin's shoulder, gnawing away at its flesh. In an indescribable pain, freezing him right down to his bone marrow, his body is powerless to do anything against it. It itches as if a syringe has been rammed into his shoulder. However, Justin soon realized that nothing is being injected into him. Quite the contrary. Something is pouring out of him and is hastily being absorbed by the creature. He's being sucked! The gargoyle is drinking him from his blood. Suddenly, he understands why the bodies are lined up on the ground the way they are. Let me go! He lashes out in an attempt to kick the creature, but to no avail. Lifted into midair and struggling hard, a big chunk of flesh is torn out of his shoulder. The pain is enough to nearly make him pass out again. Oh, you're awake! You can hear Hilda's voice coming from behind him. You weren't moving at all. I thought you were dead. Justin ... Just hold on a little while, okay? The blood won't flow if you're dead. That would be inconvenient. Hilda's slow and casual tone sends shivers down Justin's spine. You. All of them. Oh, you mean these guys? She kicks the body lying on the ground closest to her. It collapses in on itself as if completely torn apart and drained. Its arms roll away over the ground. That one's already served its purpose. I'll clean it up later. Oh my, now that there's no one left, who's going to help me with that? She rubs her neck as if she's thinking about something, but abruptly stops herself. Never mind, I'll find an efficient way to go about things. The creature's wet tongues wiggle as it lets out a short gasp, almost as if responding to Hilda. Do you plan on finishing the ceremony? Ceremony? Oh my, it sounds so refined when you say it that way. It has to be finished, wouldn't you agree? Otherwise, all this effort would have been for nothing. She picks up the kitchen knife lying on the ground. Justin saw it back at her apartment, but he has fewer scratches back then. Sticky, thick blood is dripping from the blade. Hilda stares at it, so lost in thought that she doesn't even pick up the rag that's also lying on the ground. Although Justin's vision is blurred and he can't see much, a chilling aura is emanating from Hilda that clearly communicates her manic, obsessive thoughts. Face it! There's no way to go through with this on your own. You already failed. Let it go. There's no point in being stubborn. Don't worry so much about other people. I may be old, but I can remember everything just fine. Every single step, what to do, how to read it. I feel like I've seen it play out several times before, though I can't remember where. But do you really know how this ritual is for? They used you! Even if you succeed, you really think that will bring back your husband? Please calm down and think it over. Ah, I can see what you're worried about now. Hilda drops the kitchen knives and walks up to Justin, who is being suspended in midair by the creature. Then she wraps her wrinkled, wet hand tightly around Justin's throat. Exclamation mark. It's okay. I heard everything. These people can't be trusted. or else they wouldn't have dragged my family into this. Hilda's whole body trembles as she seems to recall a happy memory. The time and place both need to be picked carefully, and a bunch of people need to serve as stepping stones for something far greater than themselves. I can't let all of it have been for nothing. Over these last 2 days, all of us were in a hurry to make sure everything was ready for the big moment. We barely got enough people together, but the ritual is fragile and prone to fail if we're even one person short. Naturally, I wanted to be included. I wanted to be a part of it. Whatever happened to respecting an elder's wishes? Justin ... But there is always a way. There's still a chance. Justin's blood vessels are close to bursting as he tries to stay awake, but Hilda's words are starting to sound more faint with every passing second. What to do? David said he just wants to go back. ? But he's in bad shape. He can't even take a single step without gasping for air. I blame myself and his father for not taking better care of him. We should have fed him better. All I need is those people over there. They can help. David will finally be able to eat and feel better. He spent the last 10 years withering away, feeling hungry every single day. I'm old and frail. I don't have much time left, and this might be our last chance. David, your son, should have been part of the ceremony. If he doesn't find a way to talk sense into Hilda and make her snap out of it, he's going to die right here and right now. Justin's visions fade and his eyes flicker. With the last remaining air he has left in his lungs, he utters a few words. Now the images are starting to turn black and white and very blurry. The camera is shaking a bit. How do you want to bring back someone who's already gone? What do you mean, bring back? Hilda loosens her grip a little as she stares at Justin silently. Her eyes are darting around and she looks very confused all of a sudden. What are you talking about? My David is right here, isn't he? Oh my god, Justin, get a grip! The gargoyle is David! ... The two of them are obviously alone. The store manager mentioned that Hilda is the only surviving member of her family. That means it's not their son who will bring forth Gargoyle, but... Justin almost forgets to struggle as he pieces everything together. Now then, let's proceed as planned. With a big smile on her face and a tight grip around his throat, Hilda continues to choke Justin. Just as he's about to lose consciousness, Justin sees tears forming in Hilda's eyes. Justin ... So... So this is your family's fate. His clear, sober thought makes him regain some strength. He no longer looks Hilda in the eyes. There's no need to anymore. You can't stop a tragedy from unfolding. He was right all along. Hilda ignores Justin's remarks and tightens her grip. You're just pouting nonsense, boy. There's no need to worry. Once David has eaten enough, nobody will ever ask questions again. Nobody will get in our way. No more interruption. Just me and my David on our way to see his father. Hilda hums a strange off-key melody in a deep voice. Her arms are shaking. Justin can sense the decades she spent in loneliness and despair. And right now, her strongest emotion is relief. It makes Justin more determined than ever. Justin tries to stay as calm as he can, gritting his teeth in an attempt to ignore the bite in his shoulder. Do you want to know something? I'm nearly there. I think I'm almost ready to believe what my mentor told me. What are you talking about? Hilda doesn't understand what Justin's words mean. Unintentionally, she loosens her grip a little. She leans in closer, waiting for him to repeat himself more clearly. Justin doesn't miss the opportunity. It's nothing. We just all take a look at our past at some point. Bend the knees, lift your leg, hold your breath, and focus all your energy on your lower back. And then release it all at once. Ah! Even though he's suspended in midair, his kick still has a strong impact. Bearing the full brunt of the impact, Justin's ankle throbs with pain. Justin's unrelenting kick sends Hilda tumbling backwards. Tripping over the body she herself has lined up around the roof. She ends up a few steps away from the rooftop's edge. The store manager's research was correct. The gargoyle does indeed possess some kind of intellect. Ignoring the prey still dangling from its mouth, it focuses all its attention on Hilda, the only person it recognizes. Exactly the kind of chance Justin has been waiting for. Although a ritualistic dagger isn't the same as a miniature camera, its size is roughly the same. This is what Justin prepared for. He twists his wrist to slide the dagger out of his right sleeve. Grunting with pain, he wraps his left arm around the creature's neck. Then he stabs the dagger right into the creature's eyes. Exclamation mark. Justin is nearly sent flying as its field of vision suddenly turns upside down. The gargoyle is no longer clinging into his shoulder, but Justin has no intention of letting go. Targeting the eyes won't be enough. To end this once and for all, Justin needs to hit a more lethal spot. Justin knows what to do, but it's hard to actually pull it off. He holds on tight to the dagger. The strange liquid on the blade that is used during the ritual is flowing down the hilt. Soon the hilt will be too slippery to keep holding onto it. The important question is where to stab next. I know where to stab next. Though the creature is injured and in bad shape, a prop like this could never compare to an actual weapon as far as effectiveness is concerned. Stabbing and cutting the creature without a clear goal would only cause flesh wounds and damage the skin, and Justin can't afford to waste time on futile attacks. Damn it! Stay down already, you foul beast! Oh no! They may look damaged and worn, but the creature's wing works just fine. He extends its neck and soars upwards, high into the sky. A huge jolt, then everything around Justin shakes and trembles, passing him by faster than he could process. Yeah, it started to fly. And just like that, the horizon disappears. Did we just travel? Are we in space? Exclamation mark. His blood feels like it's boiling, and it very well may be. His internal organs feel like they're being crushed by his own ribs. He can feel his skin tearing. Darkness extends all around him, a shadowy abyss, deeper and darker than all of his worst fear combined. No human could fathom their own insignificance when faced with the infinite vastness of space. He doesn't know what to do. A voice in the back of his head is telling him what lurks within this dark, infinite space, but he can't think straight or do anything right now. The pain becomes almost too much to bear. The gargoyle seems confused, twisting its head to look around and flapping its wings on the spot. It resembled a child that lost his way. Humans can only survive outside of the atmosphere for a very short amount of time without a protective suit. Justin read something about that in the science journal once, and though the exact number of minutes escapes him, he knows that he certainly doesn't have long. It's less than 2, by the way. Most of his time is already up. No. Ignoring the pain in his lung, Justin climbs up the creature's back to provoke some sort of reaction from it. It opens its mouth without making a sound, right before its wings start to spasm. Justin knows that whatever is happening can be good, and he is right. Without prior warning, the rapid descent begins. Okay, we're out. Yeah. Did they just... I tried to figure out what happened, but it feels like the gargoyle just did a seismic toss to to Justin. So basically, he slammed it to like he grabbed him and he slammed it into the floor. Not like a suplex, but yeah, kind of like a suplex. The rough landing sends both of them rolling across the rooftop. Nothing about this is normal. Justin feels like he was stuck in the pipe and thrust out of it by the build-up pressure inside of it. It's as if he was propelled towards the ground by a jet engine. Yet somehow he came out of it unscathed. Just before hitting the ground, everything slowed down. The sudden halt and charge in speed made him sick to his stomach, like coming to an abrupt stop at a high-speed elevator. No! David? Hilda is still standing in the same spot as before. That means little time has passed since the ascension. A great distance, but a short journey. Justin shakes his arm and counts the finger on his hand in disbelief, just to make sure he's actually alive. Neither he nor the creature would survive another trip like that. The creature is on his knees next to him. His chest is heaving. He seems just as exhausted as Justin. No matter how harsh the crash was for it, it survived. Though badly injured, it slowly makes its way towards Justin, never letting its prey out of his sight. This is a battle whose outcome ultimately depends on sheer resolve and determination. Justin desperately tries to move it in any way possible, supporting its trembling legs in a staggered stance. His eyes are set on the door. His body is too weak. The fight has taken a huge toll on him. Even though he's moving, the door doesn't seem to be getting any closer. He can see the creature's shadow rise up behind him. A shadow flies by dangerously close to Justin's cheek. In an attempt to stop him, Hilda threw a brick in his direction, which he barely managed to dodge at the very last second. Dodging the brick comes at a price, however. Justin stumbles and feels the rough concrete connect with his face. Oh no! The creature doesn't idly sit by, sensing an opening, and immediately approaches Justin with raised claws, ready to tear into his flesh once again. Justin can count himself very lucky to have avoided this attack. The gargoyle extends its damaged wings once more. Somehow the foul stench coming from the creature is even more putrid now. A deep growl issues from the creature's throat as it moves closer to Justin's face. It seems sure of its imminent victory. This is the chance it has been waiting for all along. Liquid shoots out of the creature's eyes and towards the sky. It howls in pain. The flash of the camera. Let me take a sip. This could be the attack that finishes off for good. It lashes out in a fit of fury, but anger can't make out for its impaired sight. Its rushed attack missed Justin and smashed into the ground next to him. Still in pain, he managed to lift himself up a little. The dagger broke in the struggle, but the short part of it is it's still intact, is sharp enough for an attack. Okay. The tip broke. Okay, but it's still... got you! Justin fiercely thrusts the dagger forward. He has never hurt anyone or anything before in his life. It all feels weird to him, but desperate times call for desperate measures. This is the only chance. The only logical choice is to... stab in the area, heart, aim for the wings. No. Somewhere in that area there must be a lower belly. It has bird wings, but I doubt that they're much of use in a cosmic environment. This is a flashback. Like he remembers like the information. As soon as it leaves the atmosphere, it makes use of other body parts to move around. According to this book, the corresponding organs is located in the lower abdominal cavity, which is difficult to identify by appearance alone. It seems to directly affect the space around it, like a fish slicing through water and propelling its body forward. Honestly, I'm not sure how that principle is supposed to work. I suspect it's not something a human mind could grasp. Being a servant of a greater entity, the gargoyle only descends from the heavens when summoned. If such a being has really been here for decades, there must be a specific reason for that. Either it hasn't fulfilled its mission yet, or its means of travel has been blocked, leaving it stranded down here. Whatever the reason, being trapped here on Earth for so long, I'm afraid this is a little more serious than just a bird with broken wings. Although Justin wasn't there in person, Nico gave him the details to prepare him for this. Mere moments ago, escape seems like the only viable option. This piece of information, however, changes everything. Yes, Justin wasn't there for this conversation, but okay, they're gonna say in hindsight, oh yeah, Nico told him everything. Lazy writing. Anyway, like, we know because we're the player. Like, if it was Neko, but then again, if it was Neko, she would probably be dead from all the damage, the injuries that Justin received. Justin quietly thanks Nico, then raises his arm. Take this! Swinging the dagger in an unpredictable way ensures that it connects with its target. The creature desperately tries to shake its body in an evasive maneuver, but Justin is close enough to hit his target anyway. His hunch was correct. Yeah, we see a nice video, not a video, well-rendered image, illustration of Justin stabbing the gargoyle in the lower abdomen. But the gargoyle seems to bleed red for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway. The agonized creature is flapping its wing erratically, whirling up a storm of dust and debris. Justin musters up all the strength he has left to hold the dagger steady as it slides through the creature's abdominal area. It just doesn't have it in him to hold on any longer. His strained wrist gives way as he moves aside by the creature's heavy body. A deafening roar makes it clear that the gargoyle is in terrible pain. In its wild struggle to get rid of the dagger, its head bashes right into Justin. Urgh! Perhaps the pain is preventing the creature from sinking its teeth into Justin. The impact from its head is almost enough to knock him off his feet. Justin feels as if his organs were about to burst. He does its best to try and breathe steadily. The creature pays no mind to Justin as it twitches and flaps its wing. Blood is gushing from its lower abdominal area. No! David! Hilda drops her weapon and carelessly rushes towards her son with a worried expression on her face. David, are you okay? Oh, my poor David, let me see. Oh, there's so much blood. I'll help you. I'm here for you. Are you in pain? Talk to me, please.
Mama!
Tears are streaming down Hilda's face as she drops to the ground and anxiously examines every single wound on the creature's body. It is a truly bizarre sight, and through it all, the gargoyle remains perfectly still and calm. The scene in front of Justin is utterly strange. It's as if a child is being taken care of by its mother after having been in a scuffle. If not for all the murder and madness surrounding it, this might have actually been a sweet sight to behold. Justin watches as Hilda and the creature snuggle together. Peaceful and calm, the gargoyle slowly flaps his wing up and down. And then it sinks indeed into Hilda's shoulder. What? Yep.
Mama, yummy!
A dark shadow rises up as the gargoyle takes off into the air. Justin is the only one left standing and can do nothing but look on as Hilda is lifted away. Stop! My evidence! Justin almost trips over as he rushes towards Hilda, but he can't reach her in time. David? David? What's wrong?
David, hungry!
Hilda clearly doesn't understand what's going on, shouting, kicking, and screaming. She doesn't do anything to stop what is happening. The gargoyle's wings are now fully extended, and Justin can't tell if it's real or just an optical illusion, but they seem to have grown even bigger. Dark liquid is dripping into the ground and forming puddles. Although it's hard to tell if it's human blood because of the darkness, it sure smells like it. Don't you dare! In a flash, the gargoyle rises up instantly and disappears into the night sky. So he's experiencing from a spectator's point of view what just happened to him before he stabbed in the abdomen. So he's gonna live with his mom. So she's gonna get what she wanted. Making yourself believe a lie is both the easiest and hardest thing to do. You can't understand why Hilda acted the way she did. Maybe she convinced herself of the truth she so desperately wanted to be real. Though the roof is large, the sky is infinite. Suddenly, boundaries no longer exist. The unfathomable has suddenly become reality. I have to run! Just in desperation finally gets the better of him. Oh shit. Question mark. There's a guy with tattoos. With a beard. Oh my. You're not doing too well, are you? Who's that? You'll probably end up being the hero for this and steal my limelight, but that's okay. Oh shit! A cool ghoul litu fall litu latan rule fang kugong litu fa tahan. The creature comes crashing down from above in an instant. Its whole body is glowing in as it stretches, its shapes it violently elongating. It looks as if somebody's forcefully shoving it down the drain pipe. Wait, what's going on? The creature struggled and managed to regain its posture for a moment, but there's nothing it can do to stop what is happening. The process repeats itself. This time, however, the creature's struggle is futile. Flesh and blood rain down from above. The creature won't let go of Hilda even now, refusing to be separated from her. Hilda? Justin sprints towards the rooftop edge. Looking down, he can see a deep, dark abyss opening up around the building. No! No! Justin is at a loss for words. Yeah, before the guy disappears, I'm gonna make a quick description of this mysterious man with no name. He seems to be a middle age with brown reddish hair. He has a start of a beard, a good beard, but without a mustache. That goes all the way, that connects to his bottom chops. Wearing, he's got a shaggy torso with a white shirt, rolled up to his elbows. On his forearms, you can see tattoos. It looks like the tree of the Cabal. Hello, Tyler. Doing good? So yeah, like we cannot see the tattoo very well because of his arm hair, but it looks like he has a tattoo of the Cabal, the Kabbalistic tree from Judaism. My assumption seems to have been right. The ritual was never actually completed. There's that voice again. Justin doesn't recognize it, and the person it belongs to doesn't seem inclined to introduce himself. The person's words seems even more vague in the dark of the night. Summoning the gargoyle is a delicate process. It is mostly about guiding it correctly, since it could easily lose its way otherwise. Even its most devoted worshipper should pay great heed to it upon its descent. So yeah, is he gonna banish the gargoyle? Because basically they brought him here, but the ritual was incomplete, so it was not a success nor a failure. So it needed a destination, because the gargoyle has to go somewhere. It went from where he was to here, but he has to go from here to somewhere. So that's probably what he's about to do right now. So that's why the society needed a destination. They needed a map. So that way they'll know the symbol and the specific language to send him where they wanted to send him. I see. It comes as no surprise to me that things turned out as badly as they did. These people made mistakes at every step along the way, with complete disregard for even the most crucial aspect of the process. Even if it takes 20 years, what is destined to happen will happen. though it is hard to guess how capable people will be at that point. You... what did you do? Solomon's dust. The only real way to stop the creature. While you were tussling about with the gargoyle, I managed to sprinkle some of it on it. Solomon's dust? I need to Google what that thing is. Like, I heard of the word Solomon, but I never heard of the term Solomon's dust. The only thing I have to do then was recite the spell. All of this sounds very alien to you, I'm sure. ... What's with the sour face? Is that the expression you give someone who just saved your life? That's not the kind of thanks I expected after cleaning up such a gigantic mess. The light-hearted attitude is apparent to the man's voice, and Justin is getting angry. Cleaning up the mess? You can't be serious! Don't you see the creature still carrying a person? So what? Don't tell me you had a better plan that I just so happened to interrupt. The man's eyes are glinting in the dark, filled with a sinister glare. The tall man sneers, placing his hand on Justin's shoulder. Not the injured one, dumbass! Let's be serious for a moment, young detective. You probably weren't expecting any of this, am I right? What are you trying to say? The world is a twisted place, more messed up than you ever thought possible. Now you've caught a glimpse of it. If you can't handle it, you might as well end your life right here and now. Justin ... The end is the end. There is no turning back. You don't have a lot of choices. Either close your eyes and accept it, or end it all as quickly as you can. I like you. You're somewhat of a diamond in the rough. It would be a shame if you had never reached your full potential. I don't understand what you're trying to say. That's enough serious talk now. At least for now. You must be tired. Huh? Sweet dreams. Wait a minute, And he falls asleep. He gave him a command word. Saturday, October 28th. He gave him a command word. He told him to sleep, and he slept. Really? Okay, so now we're back at the library, not the library, the bookstore. Really? Well, never mind. There's nothing you can do about it now, so come back here. Scarlett, who was that on the phone? It's Neko. Justin left a message and then ran off. I was worried, so I sent her to the scene to confirm the situation. And how is it? It's pretty awful, but we were also lucky. There seems to have been quite a lot of people involved. So far, there's no official investigation. So what's the connection to the other place in here? This creature is like an envoy of an elder god that lives in the heavens. And when they say the heavens, it's like a parallel dimension that connects, like, it's hard. You mean the other people? This is what you've missed. There have been some people who've been not recruiting. They wanted to go to a place where pain doesn't exist. So they summoned this gargoyle to come here and take them to that place. So the sect revolved around that. Like, there were crimes, there were sacrificial people to be made, a cornerstone, and there was a part of the ritual, the ceremony of the summoning incantations with specific words and symbols that had to be used. But the people who summoned the gargoyle 20 years ago didn't know much about those, so it was half complete, and then it stayed there, and this thing feeds on flesh and blood. It doesn't die if you don't feed it flesh and blood. It's just going to be very, very weak because it's kind of immortal-ish, but it's going to be in pain. But what happened is Hilda was part of this group and sacrificed her child for this creature to be born. She didn't actually give birth to the gargoyle, but the gargoyle fed on his child to grow. So technically she was not wrong when she said that this was her son. The gargoyle basically has to remain in this reality, has to consume the flesh and blood of her son. So he was carrying his genetic material in order to exist. So I hope this answers your question. There seems to be quite a lot of people involved. So far there's no official investigation since the place was such a mess that they don't know what they're dealing with yet. Neko also said that the police moved several unconscious people off the rooftop. She didn't recognize any of their faces. The other two people, were they these two? Oh, the guy on the left, that's the protagonist. The woman on the right is a lawyer, and she's basically dealing with murder cases left and right. She handles more than one case. I believe that the original case that she's working out is gonna be like the narrative rope that connects all the small stories together. I believe that at some point we're gonna get to her case soon. But every time there's something involving supernatural creature, he's just a specialist in the occult. Like this library carries like unique books that are not sold. It's basically an anthropology exercise. But for some reason, this guy cannot leave the building. Like there's some sort of curse. There's a lot about him that we don't know, which is basically we're gonna unravel throughout the game. Like something happened in the past with her, with Neko the hacker, and probably other characters as well. There's always a guy, we don't know his name. All that we know is that he delivers new books to put in this bookstore. And we have no idea how we get them from, who he bought them from, who's his accomplices, like what's his connections, and stuff like that. We're just going along for a ride. This game is meant to confuse us in more than one way, but at the same time gives us plenty to think about, existential stuff like that. The protagonist is another person that isn't there right now. No, the protagonist is store manager. He doesn't have a name. His name is store manager. That's the protagonist. But at some time, yeah, we make decisions as other people. Like Justin is just a detective. He appeared during this chapter. I don't know if he's gonna appear in other chapters, because at first there were two high school girls. There were Cecile and Eloise. At first we were Cecile, but then her story was told, and then she was gone and never came back. She was like her own story. The person fighting the gargoyle was a young private detective whose mentor was on the case. Is currently working right now, but chose to run away, and he never got a reason why. So at the same time, while he's solving the case, he's having closure. Like all those chapters are like independent stories where there's gonna be like one semi-main character. Like there's gonna be a main character for each chapter, but for each chapter alone. I have the feeling that it's gonna be like that. Like there's like 5 chapters, and I'm only at chapter 2, so I don't see like the connecting thread right now. There isn't a common character throughout the game. Well, yes, there is. It's those 2 guys that we're seeing right now. Those 2 guys are the most common character, plus the deliverer guy. I hope Neko is so cool. I hope she comes back. I really like Neko. It's like one of those children prodigy, good at hacking. She's been an orphan all her life. She has some good street smarts. She's seen a lot of shit. She grown up more quicker than she should. She saw lots of dead bodies. But we have no idea all of the shit we saw. Anyway, I hope that Neko comes back later in the game, because I would have been attached to this game if she came on the first chapter, because Cecile was kind of a wishy-washy. I'm kind of glad that her story is complete. I don't know if Justin's story is complete, because we're still in the conclusion of this chapter. We'll see how it goes. So, if you have any other question regarding this game, feel free to ask. I'll just continue reading, because I'm still trying to understand what the story is about as it unravels. At the very first, I was like confused, and where is this getting at? I almost dropped, but it's like it has a very long build-up. It's getting more interesting the longer it goes, but the start is very harsh. So Neko says that the police moved several unconscious people off the top. She didn't recognize any of their faces though.
So you mean that thing fell to his death?
Can you imagine a messenger of the gods losing against gravity? How humiliating!
On the other hand, there was only one body at the scene.
Yeah, Neko even strolled around the block to make absolutely sure. The rooftop must look as if a typhoon passed through, but thankfully the debris didn't reach the ground. She found some bloodstains indicating that a struggle took place, but there was no signs of anyone else. And even if there had been, the heavy rain early in the morning would have probably washed it all away.
God forbid. Then again, you're really willing to send Neko on errands when it's storming like that?
It wasn't me. She's really anxious to find Justin.
Oh, I see. Sounds like there's a story there.
Those 2 get along better than they let on. Anyway, with everything being as messy as it is, I'm afraid she made the trip there for nothing.
I highly doubt that monster just went crazy in the middle of the night and fell into its death all by itself.
According to Neko, there's a lack of blood, although there must have been several people at the scene of the struggle. Oh yeah, that reminds me, there's some decision in this game that make the conclusion of this case either a good ending or a bad ending. And because you can try to guess it wrong, and then you're forced to tackle the beast and you're ill prepared, and then you died. Like Justin came so close to die, you have no idea. Like, I'm amazed that he came out of this with a bomb shoulder, which is more than I could say with other Lovecraft stories regarding fights with similar out of this world characters. Like, in the end, they either die or if they manage to stay alive, they're mad, like beyond repair, like beyond therapy. Their mind are if they're gonna be shattered either physically or mentally, and it's sad. Every Lovecraft story happens like that. This is not a Lovecraft story; it's a derivative work. But you can see the inspiration behind. There must have been several people at the scene of the struggle.
Still, if there are no other clues, you think someone already cleaned up the aftermath?
Justin isn't the only one who's missing. Hilda is nowhere to be found either. Something must have happened. Neko found plenty of small traces in the wreckage, so not everything's been cleaned up yet. Whatever happened, it sounds like there's not really anyone who left to arrest a convict. Right now, our priority is to find Justin. If somebody's been cleaning up the traces, I wouldn't want him caught in the crossfire. I just hope he's alright. As long as we don't know where he is or what happened, that's beyond our control. Right, so what are you thinking? I'll go and meet up with Neko, then meet you again later. Be careful out there, okay? Crap, his phone isn't working either. What the hell happened to him? If only you knew, friend. Here's the deliverer. If the man is indeed a competent and resourceful detective, he'd be clever enough to have his phone turned off while conducting field work. I just need to clarify, if you knew about the conversation we had in the store earlier, the only thing we can do right now is wait for the detective to return safely. What's the reason for this visit? You're not here to wait for him with me, I assume. You made it rather difficult for me to answer. As a matter of courtesy, I did find in fact want to do the exact thing which you prematurely denied just now. You're acting as if you're close to him. He shrugs his shoulders, silently proving my point with his expression. Very well, then let's get a matter of business out of the way first. I'd like you to hold on to this for me. This is... He's holding a small brass bell. Okay. Interesting. Have I seen this bell before? Where have I seen this bell before? Just recently too, I have a blank. A real treasure. But of course, that would be an accurate description of all the things I delivered to you. Not to sound skeptical, but after all of those old books, this is... I take it out of his hand. It's surprisingly light, as though it isn't made of metal at all. As a matter of fact, it feels completely weightless. What an odd feeling. I pride myself into being quite knowledgeable in the field of archaeology, but I've never seen anything like this. I don't recognize the symbol on it. What era is it from? Maybe it's simply from an era you couldn't understand. Saying with such certainty that a researcher can possibly know anything about it just makes your intention that much more suspicious. Quite possibly. My behavior may not be considered normal to other people, that much is true. He dusts off his collar and throws a glance out the door. I acquired this particular little bell from a group of very bad people in a very bad place. Now, I have to ensure it's in a safe place, otherwise the crisis will only reach even bigger dimensions. You're sure putting a lot of faith in me. This place has been pretty crowded lately, so I'm worried your trust might be a little misplaced. Don't worry. It doesn't even concern your abilities. I just need to get this off my back. And what's the matter here? There's no reason for them to come after me. Sounds like you've chosen the perfect moment to drop by and cause me trouble yet again. Well, at least this is an opportunity for the two of us to have a little chat. I wave a hand dismissively, taking a piece of cloth to wrap the bell in before shoving it into a drawer. Bronze bell, info acquired. For real? You want to talk about things here? All your expressions shows me that you, as always, know way more than you're actually telling me. Well, truth be told, you asked me for a lot of information a couple of days ago, and I have my ways of gathering all sorts of gossip throughout the city. If you already know what's going on, why keep this up? Just to make me look like a fool? The detective you're involved with is an important piece of this now, and I need to know if its current incident has anything to do with the old friends I'm dealing with. It's as simple as that. I'm afraid you won't get any useful clues out of me, even though the dust has settled, most detail is still obscured. Is that so? That's a shame. Does the name Gargoyle ring a bell? A godly servant? I have heard tell of it, yes, though I've never had any interest in all its alleged powers. You can never possess enough knowledge, especially when you may be dealing with some of the larger religious cults. Any additional information about them may prove useful. Have you ever confronted with this creature? I wouldn't exactly call it a confrontation, but no. As soon as you've seen as much as a glimpse of it, it becomes fairly easy to imagine the extent of the carnage that could arise when it becomes agitated. In that case, you understand it better than I do at least. What could have happened to make it fall like that? It would be impossible to ride on its back and force it to come crashing down from high up in the sky, right? Even if there were a brave man who dared to do so, he could not have left the scene unharmed. I wouldn't wish it upon anybody to go through such an ordeal. Naturally, I am unsure about the exact consequences, but logically speaking, the outcome could not be a positive one. The servant who carries out the great gods' wishes probably travels among the stars, his loyalty forever unwavering. Each time he spreads his wing, he straddles 300 suns and moons, the gods' messenger, the gods' carriage, the gods' limbs and palms, the gods' great will. Yeah, there's a... Hello, Indie Studio. I understand that sometimes when you do a Chinese translation, some of the text will go overboard. But when the text breaks like that, you gotta put another parenthesis at the at the end of the sentence. You have to double check if it fits first, because if you want the same color red to appear. Yes! Okay, I want to check. Okay, it works on the log. Okay, it works on the log. An otherworldly creature from whom the distance between planets is just a tiny step, falling down to its death on the planet as measly as ours. Mankind has also managed to defy nature by creating steel wings to fly, but that wouldn't stop such a creation from coming crashing to the ground in an unfortunate incident, would it? So basically a kind of plane crash? That would be strangely funny. Everything has its flaws, and since the creature's birth was already flawed, I assume it itself doesn't know where its limit lies. The length those people went to only for this god servant to die like that. I can't imagine the looks on their faces. Either way, the loss is irreparable. However, sooner or later, the old woman's disappearance will attract the attention of the police. And if it were me, I would highly advise against getting involved in a long, messy investigation. I just hope this wave of chaos doesn't send ripples through the city. Morale is already low, what with the recent fatalities and things like that can drag people down pretty quickly. My opinion about that is rather different. What, you think it's not bad enough around here already? Confusion is but the surface, opportunity lies underneath. You know, throughout history, people who said such things were often nutcases. Outlaws, tyrants. Nothing good ever came from that point of view. I just wish the city itself were more involved, then the dirty sand and rubble would rise up once again. A breath of fresh air and opportunity. And let me guess, you would be there to take advantage of it somehow. Maybe your intentions aren't all bad, but I think your attitude will hurt the innocent citizens of this city, as it has these last 2 days. Chaos is merely the symptom. Treatment is not always comfortable or easy. Yet I would wager that most people would rather suffer through fear and pain than die. If more events of this magnitude takes place, you know damn well that your words alone won't be of much help. Rest assured, after living this long, the one thing I'm good at is using fear to do good. There's that classic villain speech again. Unfortunately, this incident had little to do with the actual target we are pushing. That sounds rather ominous. I'm beginning to wonder if there's a force that's wriggling around in places we can't see, stirring up all sorts of trouble. Do you want proof of your suspicions? I'm afraid you'll have to. Okay, no need to try so hard to give me hints. I've realized by now that you won't stop speaking in riddles. Justin's on our side, and I have a feeling he'll be of great help in our future investigation. You seemed quite worried about its well-being just a moment ago. I still am, but I choose to believe in him. He throws a puzzled look at me. He looks confused, but I'm sure he understands what I mean. I pick up the files Justin left on the table and remove some of the dust that inadvertently fell on them. After all, he's a proper detective now. Straight to evening. Okay. Neko. Ah! Justin. Well, if it isn't Neko. How did you find? Don't move. You're still bleeding. No biggie. It's been properly stitched up and bandaged. Oh, wait. I forgot I gave him a... I've been talking as the deliverer for so long, I forgot Justin. I gave him a British accent. No biggie, it's been properly stitched up and bandaged. Although the disinfectant still burns. You won't hold the store manager responsible for this, will you? Of course not. He has nothing to do with this. I'm just happy I got away without any major injuries. I should get a medal for this. Ouch! Stop poking me, it hurts! What's with all the tough guy talk? You're still shaking like a leaf. I can't help it. You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you what happened last night. Try me. Is he connected to the store manager? Yes. Basically, he came in as a customer. He wanted some information about a case. And basically, the store manager helped him as knowledge provider. But yeah, so basically the main character is the guy who knows a lot of stuff and will explain, and everyone else is gonna be field agents, because since the store manager is somehow cursed to not leave the building. Like, he sleeps on the second floor apartment on top of the store. So, like, he never leaves the place. And he's also fan of everything antiquated. Even, the guy still goes... It's like, it's 2017 and the guy still uses Internet Explorer on an old iMac 97. Because that's the only reason he uses internet for. Search engines, forums, email, that's it. No YouTube video, no social media, none of that shit. Like, the basics. Someone needs to bring him a new PC stat. I think they tried. I don't know. Try me. You sure? Yep. I have to say, I wasn't expecting to see a monster with wings the size of a bus. Honestly, it all didn't seem real until it was over. A new PC with an old PC case. Yes. Yes. Send him a MacBook, but under the chassis of another iMac. It will fit. You wouldn't tell the difference. I bet it taught you a lesson. Consider yourself educated, even though the tuition fee was a bit steep. You know what? I think it's useful to learn something outside of my comfort zone every once in a while. So much heartfelt honesty. One night with a big bat was all it took to scare you straight? Unfortunately, yes. Neko ... If only I'd made the decisions a day earlier, I could have prevented a lot of misery and people from getting hurt. Not even a day, just a night earlier would have helped. I could have prevented the worst from happening, but it all turned into this mess instead. Whether right or wrong, I know everything we do gives our life meaning, but right now I just feel utterly helpless. Still struggling with that, huh? Sorry. Okay, I'll admit I was a bit insensitive just now. You didn't have to. To what? Don't worry, I'm not a coward. I did what had to be done. Judging by how everything turned out, you were right all along. No worries to blame, okay? Okay, I don't think it was ever possible to come out of all of this as the clear winner anyway. Neko, can you answer a question for me? How many times have you encountered something like that before? ... Not too often. I'm not really keen on remembering them. Really? I see. It sounds like something's bothering you. Yeah, you could say that. After 20 years, she's finally reunited with her family again. She seems to have gone through a lot yesterday. The worst possibility I could envision before last night was that someone forced the old lady to kill. I almost lost my life because of that mistaken judgment. It's written all over your face. To be honest, it was sheer luck that helped me survive yesterday. Mistakes were made, but at least that monster didn't have time to do even more damage than it already did. Instead, it gave up the chance to give me the finishing blow, grabbed the old lady by the shoulder, and began to fly as far away as it could, almost as if it were fleeing. Maybe it was just trying to escape with its food. From that perspective, it's easy to see why it picked her. You would have put up too much of a fight. It made its choice. And failed? Yes, you could say that. You can't imagine the result of a crush like that. It took the old lady with it too. Was it really that high up? It just wasn't a normal descent, you know. The speed and velocity, it was like a rocket that messed up his launch direction. It didn't show the slightest intention of letting go of her though. The old lady was very worried about his injuries, but I doubt the creature could understand those feelings. Have you ever witnessed something like that, Neko? I'm glad I haven't. You're making that thing sound much like a person for my liking. I don't like it either. I have no idea what was going through his mind. They don't think and feel like us, do they, Neko? I have no idea. Those bandages are a good first step, but you should get that brain of yours looked at. You're talking about a monster that eats human flesh and sucks blood, and it's the reason you're injured right now. You are aware of that, right? Yes, but it didn't come here on its own accord. Nobody can control an animal's urges and instincts, but someone summoned it here intentionally. If the store manager's assumptions are correct, those people with the yellow cloths are responsible for one's family's decades of misfortune. Summoned and left abandoned by those lunatics, enduring 20 years of weakness, pain, and hunger. In a sense, it was much of a victim as everyone else in that family. Neko ... Neko, if I was about to fall from the 7th floor, would you save me? Fools like you have 9 lives, you'll be fine. Be serious for a second. Well, if it isn't too much trouble, I would lend you a hand, sure. But why? Because if someone you know is in danger, you can't just pretend not to notice. Thanks. Looks like you're a little more human than that monster at least. Oh, zip it, I'm getting tired of your nagging. The detective's serious expression softens somewhat in that, but he goes on anyway. I've been thinking about that since yesterday, and now I've seemed to have an answer. You, me, the store manager, we're all human, and as such, there's a limit to our sense of justice. Neko ... Our idea of justice comes from wanting to protect ourselves and our beliefs. Such is our natures as human beings. It makes sense to us. I became who I am in order to punish evil and protect good, but at the end of the day, it's to protect what I perceive as common sense. To benefit others is good, to harm others is evil. It's that simple. I even parted ways with my old mentor who viewed things differently. Even so, he didn't deny me and my idea. I would do anything to defend it and protect us, like how I did last night. In the end, it's just about practicing self-restraint as a human being. Even if you put it that way. Mrs. Huang gave everything she had to protect her son. She was an admirable mother, but it didn't do her any good. There's no way treating something like that as a family member could ever end well. Yes, it was a monster. So even if she had kept going, it would have never ended up the way she wanted it to. I wanted justice for the dead, and I didn't want to give up on the family. I wanted more than anything to find an outcome where no one could get hurt, but that was just wishful thinking. The world doesn't work that way. Even if everything came from the heart. Even if everything she did came from the heart. Sometimes the line between human and inhuman beings becomes blurred, and one day a situation such as last night will happen again, I guess. It's a tragedy in progress. There's no way to stop what's coming, only to see it through the end and hope for the best. I can see why getting away from it all seems like a smart idea to my mentor. He didn't want to see the tragedy play out. Neko ... If you want to prevent a tragedy from happening, you need to end it before it even begins. That's what Neko took away from Justin's speech. This rather hopeless thought leaves her at a loss for words. I'm sorry about all the rambling and whining. Do me a favor and help me up, okay? Ouch, ouch, ouch! I should have even been smart and worn some thicker clothes yesterday. So, what's next? First off, let's report to the store manager. The aftermath of this whole thing is going to be tricky and I really need some professional advice. That's not what I meant. You survived yesterday out of sheer luck. True. If you ever end up in a similar situation again, you won't be able to protect yourself. That's right. You almost threw your life away just like that. And for all we know, there are much bigger things out there. That's harsh, but I guess it's true. And you're still not going to give up? I think you know the answer to that. Just how big of an idiot are you? It took a lot of work for me and the store manager to get away from this kind of stuff. You know, the things that could potentially kill us? Even after pulling several all-nighters in a row, I still wake up from nightmares. Then an idiot like you turns out of nowhere, nearly dies, and consider trying it a couple of more times? God, you're like a dumb child who hits his head on a roller coaster and screams again right afterwards. You were at the scene earlier, weren't you? Neko ... I don't think I'm better than anyone, and I don't claim to have made the best choice. I know there are people who have worked harder than I have been through more, and haven't given up yet either. Join the team and I'll have to say goodbye to insurance companies once and for all. Yeah, I thought as much. So you too, huh? This is starting to feel like an actual job. We'll find a way to deal with anything. You'll regret it sooner or later. Then wait until that moment comes before you roast me. Haha. Fine, I give up. You can talk to the store manager yourself then. Nico tries to adjust to Justin's slow pace as she helps him along. They still have a long way to go and their conversation has given her a lot to think about. When you're feeling better, let's visit Mrs. Wong's grave. Where did that come from? There's something I'd like to give back to her. Is that so? Nico? You wish! Don't you think I'm a proper detective now? Who knows?
The store manager says yes.
She decides to ignore the question in the end. Some things are better left unanswered. For love and family. Did we finish chapter 2? Yes, we did. Alright, that's the end of chapter 2. Usually it ends with a big picture. Oh, Monday. Okay, October 30th, Monday. Alright. So, it's been almost 5 hours. And I'm glad of the pacing of the game. But I'm gonna have to adjust this for next time because I did a lot of reading on the first half of the game and a lot of compiling of information on this half of the game, and then the conclusion happened so fast, like boom. So if I want to split the load evenly,